at in the world? What up, Alaskan peeps? Um, it is 1 p.m. Eastern, so I have your chairman of ETSEC, Tyler the Pug Prater Hardy, who's going to talk about embedded system side channel attacks, which I don't know what those words mean, but we will learn soon. So I'm handing it over to him.
Yeah, all right. So I'm Tyler Hardy, your chairman of the board here at VetSec. You've probably gotten sick of seeing me each day as I ramble through my thoughts of the hour and ping away inside as I remind people to practice and do work on the CTF and also apply to all of our benefits. Um, I'm gonna. So I have a setup and I can't see the actual chat with the way I have this set up. So I guess we're just gonna get through this. Is there a good way that I can make this so that I can see the chat simultaneously? Okay, are people able to see this now? Somebody saying chat? Yes, no?
We are seeing it, it's just not maximized.
Okay. Okay,
There you
we're gonna try it this way now. Okay, that way I can see the chat and everything. Okay, so embedded system side channel attack fundamentals. So as people know, I had a former life as an electrical engineer, taking electrons from one location to another in a orderly row. So computers run on electricity. We don't really deal with doing a lot of the side channel attacks that often on the computers themselves, because most of the time we're worried about attackers reaching out over the network. But it just so happens that we have a lot of embedded systems in our life. We have cell phones, we have our mice, we have monitors, we have cameras, like internet connected cameras all over the place. My house has a ton of those, not just because I work for a company that produces them, in fact. But we basically have a lot of ways that things which are connected over the internet or held in the hands of a person can be exploited that are not traditional computing systems. So I'm going to talk about why that matters, some attacks that happen, and then a little bit about the mitigation strategies. This is mostly just an informational level thing. I'm not trying to make you experts. So if you get a little lost in the weeds, that's okay. We're just kind of covering the basics so you have an overview and an idea. So we're going to talk about some basics of what embedded systems actually are. We're going to talk about hardware level attacks, power analysis, fault injection. Going to spend a little time talking about the Rowhammer attack, which is really cool. Talk about some firmware exploitation, some common methods for that, and then I'll very briefly touch on some communication weaknesses, and just introduce you to like what CAN bus actually is, just very briefly, and then because that's its own domain of knowledge by itself. So, and then we'll wrap up. So about me, did my undergrad in electrical engineering at the Citadel Military College of South Carolina. Go dogs, dogs on top. Did my master's in electrical engineering at Clemson. I think it was like Go Tigers or something. I don't know. And then went to SANS for a little bit. Did one of their little programs in pen testing. I did work as a pen tester for an MSSP for a bit. So if you ever have questions about that lifestyle, let me know. And then right now I'm at Dakota State University, where I'm working on my PhD in cyber defense. And it's why I have all these printed out studies and research documents all over my room that my wife is super thrilled about. I kind of lost track of how many certs I have. I have a ton of them. I just kind of went wild for a couple of years getting them. If it's cool, I probably grabbed it. If it's not, I might not have, who knows. I worked in aerospace as industrial control systems engineer for a bit, about 7 or 8 years, MSSP SOC analyst, red team, work as a security engineer, and also I'm here as the chairman of the board, doing fun stuff. So, embedded systems, exciting things. So, these are dedicated computing platforms, and they perform a specific task, whereas you have a server, which is often general use for serving some type of service to you, which, we're using the word in the definition in school. These are very tightly controlled, tightly built modules that do a very specific task and usually cannot perform tasks outside of that. So even something like a Raspberry Pi is is embedded, but it's still used for general computing. But if you take something like the Internet of Things light bulbs. So like the lights in my house, they're all controlled through Alexa. And these lights run firmware. They're an embedded system. They have network connections. They have their own little very primitive operating system. That has to boot itself up and load all of its binaries into memory. It is an embedded system, and it's a light bulb. So we also have industrial control systems. People say, Tyler, what is an industrial control system? So whenever you're thinking about how like a robot works or some type of large piece of machinery, you have different little modules, little things about the size of a deck of cards that have signals coming into them, and they do some type of logic on those signals, and then they output some type of logic to go on to other modules. So let's say that you need for a giant door to open whenever there is a piece of equipment being loaded into the factory. And it is based off of a sensor system which uses lasers or LiDAR, whatever the case may be. And that's going to sense something. It's going to feed this signal into a control bank. And then there's going to be logic. One of the basic ways that we describe industrial control system logic is something called ladder logic. It is very familiar to somebody that's worked in like industrial technology with like relays and switches. This relay shuts, it allows power to go from here to here. Whenever this relay shuts, it energizes a coil. This coil uses magnetism to draw a contact shut or open. And whenever that contact opens or shuts, that causes something else to happen. It's all very mechanical. It's just mechanical switches being operated through electromagnetism. So industrial control systems take that a step further. They still often use physical magnetic, they always do use magnetic relays, but they can also use electronic relays, which use switching circuits to electrically turn on and off signals going to other places. Now, I'm saying signals, but that signal might also be a power flow. You might have a high current circuit that gets gated on and off by this PLC. So say you want to turn on the heater for your pool. Well, the heater is going to use, a lot of amps of electricity to heat up that pool. So you're going to have this much smaller low voltage system that turns a big relay or a big contact to shut, and across that big heavy contact, all that big electricity is going to flow across it. And I hope that all makes sense. But let me know in chat if this is getting a little confusing. So industrial control systems basically are the way that we control these big power systems, these big honking robots, these conveyor belts for factories, big things that you're thinking about. We can control them through electronics. And again, if you ever are interested in the language, there's different ways you can learn PLC programming. Ladder logic is kind of the basics of learning it. And then there are a lot of dedicated books out there that'll teach you how to program in the native PLC computing languages. Automotive systems, your car has many, many dozens of electrical controllers, engine control units, all sorts of embedded systems. Whenever you roll up your window nowadays, that uses some type of embedded system to gate power to a motor which drives the window up. And whenever it hits a certain limit switch inside of the controller, once there's been a certain amount of travel of that window, it says, whoa, let's stop rolling up the window so you don't break something. And this is all controlled through electronics. Now, embedded systems usually do very repetitive work, like the window roll up example. It's just rolling up and down a window. That's all it does. What is your purpose? You serve butter. That's it. So, talked about vehicle electrical systems, smart cameras, these, once you start getting into the more advanced embedded systems, things that have an IP address on your network, things which talk to the cloud, it starts to get a lot more interesting because there is a wide attack surface for this type of stuff. So why embedded systems are a target? Basically, we give the attacker the hardware. Somebody just goes to Best Buy and they buy the embedded system. That's it. Now they have it, and now they can crack it open and see what makes it tick. You can go and buy one of these IoT cameras or, garage door opener, whatever you're trying to exploit, and just practice against it until you figure it out. You can go run a flipper zero on something until you figure out how to do it, and then go out into the wild and, hunt down people that are using that susceptible target in your neighborhood. You can take often and dump firmware out of embedded systems and then analyze it on your own. There's ways that people try to avoid you doing that, but if you can touch it, you can probably download it, you can probably exploit it. And then since you have this embedded device in your house in front of you, you can often do a lot of like replay attacks and things which would normally trigger, like if you're doing this to a company, it would trigger their IDS or IPS and it would lock you out. But since it's just sitting there right in front of you, it's not going to lock you out because you own it. Now, the concept here that we have to think about is defense in depth for these embedded systems. So since they're so susceptible to these types of attacks, you have to reduce your attack surface through minimalistic design decisions. So you don't want to add features unless you absolutely need them. You don't want to add extra function calls unless you need it. You don't want to pull stuff out of memory and keep it in memory for longer than you need to. You need to make sure that your debug interfaces are locked down. We use debug interfaces to see what our system memory is doing. But if I can do that as the designer, then you can do that as the attacker. So we want to try to restrict that. Firmware validation and signing. So people like to load cracked firmware. They're like, oh, this feature is locked behind a paywall, because that's something that happens nowadays. You have cars that their extended range is literally locked behind a subscription service. So somebody's gone in and they're like, well, I can fuzz this and figure out a way to dump something. And now I can figure out a way to make it think I have the subscription. And now I have cracked firmware that I can distribute and sell on the darknet to people that want to get that extra range and bypass that subscription service. Secure bootloaders, since this is just a way to prevent people from loading cracked firmware. And then, of course, making sure that your wireless protocols are properly encrypted and all that good stuff. And then we also want our embedded designers to do fuzz testing, static analysis, and pen testing. Pen testing is actually going to be required in the EU starting in 2026 for embedded systems, something called the Cyber Resiliency Act. So towards later end of 2026, you're going to have to start pen testing anything you're going to have for commercial sale in the EU. And then starting 2027, there's going to be a very big vulnerability remediation program requirement where you're basically going to have to work with the EU government in order to track all of the vulnerabilities on your devices. And they're actually going to make it where you can't ship devices for sale in the EU unless you've remediated all of your pen test problems, such that there is, quote, to quote the bill, no active exploitation possible in the device that is being listed for sale. So this is getting to be a really big deal for everybody. The EU is a big market, and we have to be very serious about how we design these products. So I'm going to talk about some hardware level attacks now, getting the actual meat and potatoes here. So got some cool little waveform on the screen here. We're going to talk about some simple power flow analysis. So what we do here is we have some device and we're going to crack open the case and we're going to, bump some wires in there and put a little resistor on there. And we're going to put a voltmeter, or we're going to put a oscilloscope on there, and we're going to observe a waveform. And maybe you have a crypto chip that you've identified. You're just looking at the thing and you're like, well, there's the crypto chip. I'm like, I wonder what cryptography they're using for this thing. And in this case that I have on the screen here, we're going to do some power analysis. So we're going to simply just clip on our oscilloscope, and we're going to watch the waveforms over time, and we're going to see this waveform we have up on the screen here. Now, put in chat if you know what DES stands for, and then also put in chat if you remember how many rounds or any specifics about the rounding of DES encryption. And I'll take my answers off the air. But so DES, it runs through a 16-round encryption scheme. And whenever it does that, it breaks the 64-bit thing that you're encrypting into two parts. And man, if we look at this waveform here, we're going to see there are 16 little humps here broken into two parts. And this right here is the characteristic waveform of DES encryption. So just by hooking in an ammeter, we can figure out the cryptography that's in use for this sensitive crypto chip on, whatever this IoT device is. That is a lot of information you can gain just by looking at something. And, power flow analysis, it can be a lot more complicated than that. You can get what's called a bed of nails, and it's where you've built this harness that has all these specific test points. Think about you got like a little plate in front of you and you got like all these little pokey sticks coming up, and each one is located to peer or to touch different wire traces on the embedded board that you're testing. and you can pull data off of each tray simultaneously and feed that back, and you can analyze this all simultaneously. And attackers can, if they put money into trying to make a knockoff version of your IoT device, they can do this. Like, it's possible. So don't think that you're going to be like 5-10 grand to make one of these really special test harnesses. An attacker can do that, and they can make a lot more money once they've analyzed and reverse engineered all of your device. Fault injection. So this is where we are going to do some really cool assembly level type stuff. We are going to induce a voltage dropout by triggering a brownout condition on your instruction pointer. So the idea here is that you get to like an authentication part or some type of verification part whenever you're running code on the embedded system. And you want to just kind of think about like a pinball machine. You remember how you used to kind of tilt the pinball machine to try to knock it to where the ball would go exactly where you want it to go? Well, in this case, you want for that instruction pointer to skip over that authentication part and make it think that you authenticated without you actually doing it. So what you do here is you make a special MOSFET timing circuit, metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor, and you can also use bipolar junction transistors, also BJTs. But so you take a special switching circuit, you wire it in, and then you send it a signal to do high-speed switching at the exact instant that you want to drop out voltage, and it will ground out your voltage rail, and it'll make it to where the device has a brownout, and it's like, oh crap, what just happened? And then it wakes up and it's like, oh, I must have just executed an instruction. I'm going to go to the next one. So fault injection is really cool. I've seen it done in the wild. It definitely works. It definitely is something that's being exploited these days. So there's ways to prevent this through having like voltage regulation systems, brownout detection systems, extra storage for where the instruction pointer should be to validate that it's still at where it should be. Most places tend to just try to put in extra voltage regulation to avoid that dropout whenever it happens, so that it kind of keeps the voltage level up a little bit longer than expected. So you can add like little capacitors and stuff like that. Rowhammer attacks. This is one of the more exotic attacks that I'm going to talk about. It's really cool. So your CPU writes to RAM, and dynamic RAM uses capacitive elements and transistors. Look at the exhibit A and B. So you have these rows of cellular memory, and each cell is a capacitive element and a transistor element. Now, that works really well in storing a state. It stores, your bitwise 1 or 2, or sorry, 1 or 0. Looking at stuff on the screen, and it stores, either a 1 or a 0. But this is actual, electrons being stored, and they leak over time because no circuit is perfect. So what's going to happen is this slow drain has to be refreshed every so often, and so you have a refresh routine in RAM. And that works to refresh each cell so that it maintains the same memory. So you're playing video games and it's storing all your character information, your level information, whatever. And it's every couple microseconds is refreshing so that the RAM maintains the actual active state. But one problem with this refresh is that because of how dense RAM has gotten, because of how many GBs we pour into our device, there's a lot of electrical crosstalk. There's a lot of interference. There's a lot of electromagnetic effects going on. And one thing that's been discovered is that by repeatedly toggling RAM using a refresh routine, you can actually cause memory corruption and data leakage. Now, what's really cool about this is that people have developed devices, and they have developed specific routines that can actually identify what RAM is being used, what device is being used. They've figured out, the manufacturer, they figured out all the very intrinsic details of RAM through just identifying how the charge leakage occurs. And with this leakage, they can also get it to reveal information about what the cells are actually containing. So they can actually read RAM by repeatedly toggling it and observing the corrupted output that it's now giving, because it is no longer able to maintain its charge state very, very well. So it's a really cool attack. It's still happening in the wild. pretty exotic. You probably won't run into it very often unless you're attacking systems personally that you have stolen. But you get the idea. Okay, firmware exploitation, and I'm running a little low on time, so I'm going to kind of blast through these a little bit. So firmware, as developers, you're going to use hard-coded credentials to bypass whenever you don't yet have an authentication scheme built out. You're going to sometimes pass credentials in plain text. You're going to do things as a developer that you really shouldn't be doing in production, but you're doing it just because, hey, we're going to scaffold out this code. We don't have this feature ready yet. We're just going to bypass it. But unfortunately, sometimes developers forget to remove that stuff. We have seen some hard-coded credentials being left. For example, this medical device, the CMS 8000, just a couple months ago, it was configured in a default state, which allowed you to bypass all authentication and download patient data off of this medical device. And it was like, you were able to read all their medical diagnostic information off of this medical controller. And it's because all the credentials have been left in with a hard-coded bypass to allow the developers to fix things remotely. And we've determined that about 13% of IoT devices still have at least one default credential hard-coded in somewhere. People like to dump firmware and then do string analysis on it. You can pull credentials out in plain text pretty often with this. So basically, the mitigation against this is just fix it before you ship it. That's really it. Insecure firmware updates. So every time you update firmware, people will assume that firmware is going to be applied correctly and you're downloading the correct version. But sometimes attackers, they can either hijack the update chain, they can slip in bad updates somewhere and convince you to download them, or the device can be subject to rollbacks, which allow you to roll the device back from a more secure firmware and then use a less secure firmware that still has old CVEs in it. It's possible to do DNS manipulation. It's possible to make a device think that it's going to the update server whenever it's not. So let's say you're sitting in a hotel, your IoT camera that you're taking videos with, you go to update it and somebody in the hotel has a malicious server running and it has all sorts of DNS redirects enabled. And it says, if they're looking to update, if they're looking to update this IoT device that's common on vacations, redirect it to this malicious server, and you get your standard Wi-Fi pineapple attack with a man-in-the-middle redirect to a malicious server, and now your device gets hacked. It's very targeted, but this type of thing does happen. So you kind of have to make sure you install preventions against this, and really integrity checking is how you do it. And that's how we want to make sure that you have different mechanisms to do firmware verification whenever you're installing it. Of course, you have the same insecure services that everybody else has. My aquarium runs Telnet, for example. If you ever want to log into my aquarium, the password is admin1234. That's all hard-coded in. God bless them. This has happened in the wild. There actually was a Las Vegas casino that was hacked through, I think, the thermostat recently. So, be aware that there are insecure services running on embedded systems. So watch out for those. Just disable those in production. Communication weaknesses and the exact same problems for embedded systems exist in general purpose servers, but embedded systems are often remotely located. So you might have a bunch of IoT sensors that are located all over a factory, and people just aren't going to update those. Like they might be running, very old deprecated Wi-Fi versions. They might be running bad communication protocols. There's all sorts of things. You can mitigate this through, if you're like building a factory out, having directional antennas, beam shaping, different ways to make sure that the devices are less likely to be hijacked, but that's not practical for most real world applications. Honestly, you just have to keep your devices updated and try to minimize the chance of signal interception. Things are always possible though. CAN bus abuse. So basically, I don't have time to talk about this one in detail, but CAN bus is a very old communication protocol that's been around for longer than I'm sure a lot of the attendees have been alive. It operates on layer 1 and 2 of the OSI stack. And then you have kind of this data link layer and a physical encoding sublayer. And there's an arbitration mechanism that exists where whenever you look at like layer one devices there or layer one communication, there's often a problem that you have where you get communication overlaps. So let's say that you have 10 devices in your car that all communicate over CAN bus. Well, that each one wants to communicate and tell you what's happening, but you might not care the state of a specific, very low priority controller in your car. You might really care about the braking system. So there's an arbitration mechanism in CAN bus that allows for higher priority signals to overwrite those of lower priority systems. So that way your braking system can talk, and your wheel pressure sensor doesn't overwrite a braking command, or not command, but signals going back and forth to monitor state. So bus arbitration abuse is where pretty much attackers break into a CAN bus enabled system, and then they start spoofing high priority message IDs to overwrite lower priority signals, causing a denial of service condition. This would allow somebody to shut down an industrial control system very easily, and can cause system damage. And one thing you can do is like industrial sabotage, where a robot will be ignoring its torque sensors, and it can crash into itself or do all sorts of damage. You could also lock out sensors that involve vehicle safe stops, and run somebody over. And this is because CAN bus out of the box doesn't have authentication protocols. You have to build your security on top of the CAN bus protocol just to make sure that it has what you need. So you have to add your external authentication mechanism. You have to add your own anti-spoofing mechanism, et cetera, et cetera. So, conclusion, sorry, I'm having to run through that. I kind of talked too much at the first part. Embedded systems have pretty unique vulnerabilities, hardware, firmware, and network stack attacks. You pretty much have to build all your defenses in depth in the beginning so that you don't have to try to patch them in production whenever you've sold 1 million units and you have to somehow roll these patches out to people. And if it's a hardware vulnerability, you really can't do anything to fix it. You just have to fix it in the next version of your product. And that can be very expensive, very time consuming, and you don't want to do that. Threat modeling early on really helps prevent this. You really want to have a secure solution with well architected defenses before you ship it in production. And it's just an embedded system. The earlier you identify problems, the cheaper it is, because each iteration costs a lot of money in prototyping. So shift left, it actually works in this case. Here are my references that I use for talking about this. I'm sure everybody wants to go validate everything I said, but this is what the talk came from. So hope you enjoyed it. I'll take any questions for 2 minutes before I jump off stage.
I'm not seeing any questions, Tyler, so far.
Sadness. You're welcome.
All right, Tyler, thank you for the presentation. I'm going to work on bringing up Brant for our next presentation. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Thanks. Have a good rest of the conference.
Of course, as soon as I take Tyler off screen, we do have a question. I don't know if you're still here, Tyler. You can answer in the chat about resources for learning how to hack ICS systems. I'm not sure if that's the question. Brant, do I have you on audio?
Yes, sound check.
Yeah, it's 5x5.
Wonderful.
Okay. So from service to software security, a roadmap for veteran career transition. I'm really excited for this. Thanks for your time today. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. I'm going to get out of your way and let you take it from here.
Sounds great. All right. Welcome, everyone. First, kind of do want to thank you all for having me. Admittedly, I am not a member of VetSec, which probably is quite blasphemous, but maybe something I'm going to talk a little bit about later. Not a part of VetSec yet, I should say. But today I kind of wanted to talk through, kind of a reflection, if you will, about kind of one, a little bit of my journey, but then two, kind of like overlays that hopefully there'll be 1 or 2 interesting facts or tidbits of value for everyone. So things that have stood out to me, things that have stood out to others that I've talked to, kind of in mentee and mentor capacities, and hopefully break this down into something meaningful. So who am I? I'm Brant Keller. I did 5 years in the Marine Corps, just kind of one enlistment doing communications at 3rd Light Armored Reconnaissance. I separated in 2015, and then kind of, was presenting myself with, okay, well, what's next? The transition and the separation was kind of a, moment of growing for me to figure out what do I want to do, what don't I want to do, and we'll talk about some of that as well. Took the path for getting my bachelor's degree in computer science, and kind of figuring out, hey, this is really interesting to me. I want to be in this field. What that means, how you get there, what kind of doors are open or closed, are all part of this discussion. And so, hey, wonderful, graduated my bachelor's degree, get in the front door of a company. It was a paratransit software company. Got my start, kind of, built some of the fundamental skills that were important for software engineering. And then ultimately, which I think I've heard a lot throughout this conference, is like the mission pulls us back. I ultimately wanted to get back to defense. And so applied around, got kind of into the door of Boeing's Defense and Space Organization. Those who have heard of it, PhantomWorks is kind of where I spend a little bit of time doing some development, if you will, being a little bit vague there on purpose. And then ultimately kind of moved around, and we've talked a lot about in a lot of these sessions about like opportunities are kind of presented to you and you have the chance to take them and pivot. And so went that direction, and ultimately kind of like, yes, got what I was looking for, more defense more defense related tangential experience, but wanted to go further, wanted to see what that looked like to actually work with, trying to provide solutions that impact the warfighter very intimately. And that's where I've kind of landed now. I'm a software engineer at Defense Unicorns, and I specialize in kind of air gap software delivery. For those who are very aware of that problem, I know there's probably more than a few of you out there. And even more weird, if you will, is I specifically focus on free and open source software. And so that kind of goes against many common business models, especially among startups. But it's a wonderful place of kind of the overlay of how can you build software that serves a warfighter that we can make free and open source, so that it continues to serve warfighters outside of a business context. Real quick, what am I not? I am not a graphic designer or a comedian. So all of these slides are going to be pretty vanilla. Bear with me. Hopefully there's something valuable to you all in there. So preface, even with the most positive intentions, I don't want to say these events, a lot of events that cater to veterans can commonly have presentations that talk at you. I think VetSec and VetSecCon is kind of a wonderful exception to that, but there are still always those patterns of, here, let me tell you and let me talk at you about the way that I see things. And, there are always going to be exceptions to things. There's always going to be, interesting tidbits or nuances and things that don't apply. So I am not trying to tell you what to do or what not to do, but hopefully there'll be pieces of this that are relevant along the way. And so the things that I want to talk through are kind of uncertainties, reconnaissance, because I can't not use that word in my presentations, goals, networking, kind of the importance of making your story discoverable in kind of the transition and job market opportunity space, open source security, maybe a little bit of a different overlay across cyber and software development and tech, and then kind of mission alignment. And I spoke a little bit to that, but I'll expand on it more. My lights are flickering. There's more of a note to the organizers that the storm outside could take me out. Uncertainty, pun intended with the storm outside. they're, kind of all stages of transitioning are very daunting, from, either A, service to civilian, or even B, like job to job. There's a lot of kind of different ways with which uncertainty can kind of rear its head. And so there's lots of things that we need to consider. Things like the seasons of our life that change across the board. And, at some points of our lives, we have a lot of time available. When I was getting my bachelor's degree, as somebody who did not have kids or children at the time, didn't have other financial obligations, it was maybe a much less. It was a wonderful, like, optimized time to do that, and I greatly appreciate or applaud those who have all these obligations and still pursue. So that's an amazing amount of work to go and do that. But it is a consideration, right? Like, if you want to do a structured program, that's often required, butts and seats time. And then you also have to consider, like, what else do you need to just sustain? If you have a family, if you have financial obligations, maybe your opportunities need to be much more flexible. Maybe you need to be much more, determined or disciplined in order to go and pursue those opportunities. They're always available, but maybe not as equitably as we'd like. We need to think about job markets, locality, remote versus in person, kind of the requirements to do a job. Like, what skill sets do you need, and then credentials as well, which is one I'm going to hit on. Kind of unfortunate side effects of what requirements must you meet to even get through the automated filter. So ultimately, we want to reflect on these uncertainties and kind of the impacts, and figure out how we can push forward. We don't just stall. We don't want to kind of go and hide, but what can we do? And so reconnaissance, I think, is an important first start, kind of on the latter half there of, like, what are we working with? But also kind of like what opportunities are available to us. And I only call it a few. I know there are many, many more. But some of these ones have meant more to me and others as of late. And so they are very, like, top of mind. And I really want to call out SkillBridge. I don't know if we have many people that had the opportunity to take advantage and use the SkillBridge program. I did not. I wasn't even aware that it existed. And to be honest, I wouldn't have probably had any skills as a, communications, a glorified radio operator at, an infantry organization to even just make my way into the world of software engineering at the time. But I have worked with some amazing people who have, gone through the SkillBridge program, and they had everything they needed in order to execute. And it was just, I think, a kind of amazing, eye-opening experience of you could still be active duty. You could have this time towards the end of your, enlistment or your time in service, and say, hey, I want to go and explore what the civilian sector looks like. And you can get all that experience. And then once you get out, you could have a job lined up immediately. And I thought that was incredible that these kinds of programs exist now. And then post-separation, many different organizations that can kind of help get you indoor and in touch with how to get hired at various organizations that work with these and sponsor them. And so when we're doing reconnaissance, kind of as I mentioned, what are we working with? But also, what is it we want to do? Maybe we think we know what we want to do at one stage, and then quickly find out that there's something more interesting. I heard that in kind of like the panel of, I got started here, but really, once I came to do it, I really wanted to move there. What skills are required and requested? Kind of, again, let's not hold ourselves back by that, but then just start to figure out, okay, these are the things that I need. And I'm going to put that aside and make sure that I can figure out how to get there. More on that next. And how many opportunities are available currently? Maybe the thing that we want to ultimately do, there isn't the open roles that we're looking for, but maybe there are roles available to us that can help us, as a way on our journey to get us in the door, and then be able to pivot, if you will. So kind of after we've done reconnaissance, we established this goal. This is pretty vanilla, to be honest. And, we want to look at those things of what we'd like to do and see, do we have these prerequisite skills? If we do, wonderful, execute. If we don't, then, how do we start to manage our time and figure out, hey, these are the things that I need to train on specifically. Do we have opportunities in that ecosystem? Is there something that we can go and pull? Existing networking, existing contacts, other ways with which we can get involved or kind of pull on that system a little bit to say, hey, yes, I would like to go and pursue this. And we just talked about a couple of them, i.e. SkillBridge, et cetera. And then do we need any required credentials? If that's going to get you in the door of ultimately the thing you need to do, we need to consider those hard blockers, unfortunately. And then we iterate. We break those down. We say, okay, here are the smaller actions. If it's something as, laudable as I have no college credits, which is where I was, and I need a bachelor's degree to get in the front door, we got to break that down. And, okay, here's what the next quarter looks like. I'm going to go take these classes and get these credits. Here's what the next year, 2 years, 3 years looks like. Let's go execute. It could be that, could be certifications, could be other, various skills you're developing. What are you expected to know just to get in through hiring and be in this position to be well suited to support the organization? Figure out which ones need to be prioritized. Which ones are the hard blockers? Which ones are nice to haves? And then kind of consistently review and adjust. Hey, this certification was something I thought was really relevant. I spoke to more people and, maybe they told me, hey, that one's not as high on our list of things we're looking for. Maybe it's dated information. Maybe it's, misconceived information. And we just going to consider those things and pivot. I think we're all in a very good position to do that. We talked about a lot of networking across all of this event. And I think others have said it as well as much as I have. Just existing on a platform is not networking. And LinkedIn is always the best example. Just because you have a profile and you filled out all the fields for your profile, that's not networking. And you need to essentially, networking is a very active space. You need to be active. You need to pursue and be a part of what is happening in order to actually establish a presence. And ultimately a presence is what we're building at. Not only do you want to establish a presence, but kind of build a personal brand. You can optimize a little bit of your experience here and say, hey, I want my personal brand to be a little bit of, humanized content. I want people to be able to relate to me. But otherwise, I really want to be a, expert or some expertise in cybersecurity or pen testing or software security. And start to think about how you start to build that brand that produces content that aligns to that. That way you're not all over the board. And I'm, to be honest, still trying to find my way here. It's a constant work in progress. But it is something that we can be very explicit about. We can build this personal brand. We'd be somebody who is, has content built behind them for a software security or one of those other spaces. We want to network with those also in that space. So if you find people who already have established brands, who are those top voices, if you will, and start to kind of network with them tangentially and figure out, okay, well, what are they talking about? What's relevant to them? What are the big new exciting topics or, things happening within the ecosystem that, following them can help make us aware of, and use that appropriately. I must have had a thought in progress here on this third bullet, or this fifth primary bullet, but the third bullet under that one, which is supporting another person's brand. It can be huge, just to build trust and connections with people, but also it requires almost no effort. If you think about LinkedIn and you see somebody post something, you're like, hey, that's great. I already knew it. This doesn't apply to me. That, whatever. You could keep scrolling, or, you could take the half a second it takes to hit like and move on with your day. And consistently, if you're doing that across, weeks and months and years on end, like you're building this kind of like trust under the hood with people of, hey, I've consistently seen that person like all of my content. I appreciate that. That goes a long way for me. And then something we're going to speak to a little bit more is kind of like amplifying our brand. We can think about how ways so we can take our brand and align it to other opportunities. We have like VetSec, for instance, and how you might, connect your brand with another brand. Thinking about different opportunities that are available to get involved and volunteer, speaking, and other opportunities. We'll talk about that some, but also telling your story. I've heard this mentioned a few times, at least, and I think it's like super important. Our resume or profile just existing is only one element of our story. It captures some information, maybe it's historical context, what you've done in the past. But almost as important to that is, documenting what are you doing now? What are your thoughts now? And maybe they're completely wrong, but like you're going to have this experience and growth opportunity of here's where I was a year ago and here's where I am today. And do you have like these feedback loops available to you to say, yes, I am growing, I am learning. Or maybe I made a, Hail Mary guess a couple of years ago and it actually came back to be true. I knew something about that and, it's come to fruition. So you kind of had the ability to like take your experiences, make them discoverable to those who may want to work with you. Again, part of this whole like networking, portfolio, brand awareness. But also you keeping in mind that there are things that can work for you while you're not working. And I call it static content, really like a portfolio in some way, shape, or form. It can be LinkedIn. You can use these platforms, but largely you want to find other ways to like establish your kind of domain expertise in a way that works for you while you sleep. And so I always think of this as like your portfolio works around the clock. If you have a blog or you use a blog platform or you use LinkedIn and LinkedIn's like articles just to author, your thoughts and expertise, like they work for you around the clock. While you're sleeping, those articles still exist. They're still in circulation. And they still provide a landing space of somebody who's like, who is this person? Why do they know what they know? How do they know what they know? How did they get here? And kind of like, as I mentioned in the chat earlier, like there's a lot of things that kind of express like, damn, you worked really hard to do what you do now. And this can be something that is ultimately like expertise and knowledge and whatnot that can be somebody else's guide that can help them build a similar presence or awareness. And similar to networking, we want to get involved. I'm going to call this out on a couple slides later, but things that support your values. What do you, stand behind and believe in when it comes to veteran communities and skills development and mentoring or being a mentee? And how do we start to think about those things when it comes to telling our story? How do we kind of, again, attach that to our brand in some way? Skills development. I love the adage of you lose what you don't train. We talked about people who, kind of on the panel earlier, very much were behind a keyboard. And today, maybe they're less so. And that's perfectly fine. But also, like, do they need to be? Maybe the answer is no. Maybe the answer is yes, but in some other capacity. Like they should still be thinking about different ways to, work on your skill set, hone us your craft, work on your craft and, continue to figure out like what skills are going to be applicable going forward. content production is another one where we talked about earlier of your brand, but you can also like use it to teach others. Not so much just here's my expertise, but also like here's the 101. How can I help people get in the door? Maybe understand exactly the things that they don't know that they're entirely aware of needing to understand or to do. So the foundation, the fundamentals, and these things can go a long way. There's really no, I would say there's no lack of 101 courses, but there's really no barrier to them either. One more 101 course can still continue to go a long way. Joining communities, in particular, surrounding yourself with people who think with a similar like driven mindset. They're trying to improve. You're trying to get help. You're trying to give help. Like these are, I would say, very wonderful spaces of kind of giving and getting and learning, where we can really kind of get a lot of value out of that. And I thought this one was kind of fun. I tried to be a little funny, even though I'm not very good at it. But the getting involved piece, I think it is going fishing. The result of where you are today is kind of a reflection on what you've done over the last 1,000 days. And so when you think about that, when you reflect on it, there's a lot of things that are like, okay, well, what did I set myself up for? What opportunities were given to me? How did I get here? What things did I do well? What things did I not do well? What things would I like to change? They're all kind of like these reflective experiences. And getting involved has, I mean, maybe people have these non-optimal or terrible experiences that they've had by getting involved in things. But to be honest, I can't think of one where, when it comes to volunteering, mentoring, speaking, working at events, working in open source, which I'll talk about just real quick here in a minute. Like, I think of it as honestly going fishing. You're casting a hook for your future of how you're going to maybe have an opportunity to make an impact in some way, or maybe do something that impacts you. And, when I think about this, I very admittedly had not heard of VetSec until a couple months ago when the call for papers went out. I enjoy speaking because it challenges me. I really like to get out of my comfort zone as somebody who, works from home and doesn't interact with people every day. To be able to like kind of focus on this and try to, build these skills, but also you only have those skills if you cast the hook, right? You only have the opportunity if you get out of your comfort zone and say, if this works out, then I have the opportunity. And so when we think about speaking at an event, you'll, only have that opportunity if months before that you applied. So you have to cast this hook and see, hey, maybe it comes back and I get the opportunity. Maybe it doesn't, and there's something I can learn from that. Why didn't it get accepted? What about what I submitted wasn't what it needed to be? And so I think there's like really important reminders in there. And just for time, I'm going to kind of keep on track here. FOSS in particular is a very important space to me. Maybe not everybody as it applies to their day-to-day, but free and open source software taught me incredible amounts of, life skills over the last decade, from things like attribution and kind of like opening this space for, building something that is very meaningful, but also is like accredited to you. When we talked back earlier of, building content or expertise that works while you sleep, getting involved in free and open source software, kind of as another element to that. Who built this thing? How did they build it? Who contributed to this thing? And what did they do? When did they do it? And they're now kind of reflected as part of that project. Collaboration, working with people, building things together. It's a lot of underlying skills to get like built and continued to optimize, continue to kind of learn and grow. Community, another layer of networking at the end of the day. Why do you all focus on these things? Why are these things important to you? What do they do? What do they enable? Responsibility is kind of a really interesting one because you have to be really present in free and open source software. You have to be very mindful of um, people who want to contribute to your thing or rely on your thing to a very important capacity. I work in air gap software engineering and delivery. There's some important impact to the people who use that in their software. And if you introduce something that, ultimately puts a hitch in their workflow, we want to say, okay, well, how can we resolve this? What can we do to mitigate or work around this problem in the meantime, and make sure that they can still work appropriately and do what they need to do? And ultimately, vulnerability, and not so much vulnerabilities in the code, but vulnerability as a person. It opens up a lot of doors to say, here's what I think is an appropriate way to perform this action, and ultimately, you could be very wrong for many reasons. You might try to say, here's the best way that I saw to do this. Somebody come around and say, hey, here's maybe a better way. Here are things that you didn't consider. And the only way to get that feedback is to try and to put yourself out there and be vulnerable. And so when it comes to free and open source software, I think there are still a lot of opportunities present that are not well harnessed today. There's no lack of security work in software produced, especially when it's the open source software that runs, large, maybe all of the infrastructure around the services that we provide, that banks rely on, that healthcare relies on, public sector, government, defense, etc. And vulnerability management isn't a solved problem. Many projects lack a consistent security voice. They have developers who want to build this thing that does these capabilities, but they don't take into regard maybe some of the security implications because they don't come from a security background. And that's fine. But think about how we can get more people involved to have real impacts, and whether that's code or no code, there's still room for people from different security backgrounds to get involved and say, express this to me in human language, tell me what's going on, and let's work through together like how to optimize the system. So coming up on time here, we need real world security knowledge and expertise in open source software. And so I want to give that a call out there. We have roles that are open on open source projects called like security managers, for instance, on GitHub. We should leverage those. And just to kind of cap things off, I really wanted to bring it back all around to mission and value alignment. We all have the choice of where we want to work. It's kind of a very privileged thing to say at times because it's not always inherently true based on a lot of circumstances, but there is ultimately a consideration you should make for like what aligns to your values. I could work for a private company and build, a social media app that serves users globally. Wonderful. But maybe what's more important to me as somebody who comes from a veteran background is kind of being very mission driven and how my values align to that, and how I can give my expertise back to the organization and say, hey, I've worked in air gapped environments before. Here's why I'm uniquely positioned to build air gap software capabilities. Just my own example. And so I think there's distinct differences in mission driven work where you kind of show up each day, you're ready to make one more incremental impact because those compound when they get, make their way down to the warfighter. So before I go over time, thanks everyone for having me. If you want to find me, I'm on LinkedIn. Let's connect. Let's chat. Tell me what I got completely wrong. I haven't gone back through the chat just yet, but yeah, thanks for having me. And if John needs, I can stick around and answer questions.
Thanks, Brian. I don't see any questions anywhere. So we're waiting for Nick, who was here a few minutes ago. So hopefully he's able to hop back over here. Thanks so much for your time, Brent. Great presentation. Hopefully you join VetSec. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Nick, you needed to be in that backstage area. I don't know what happened. You were there, but then you left. Give us a couple minutes. Hopefully, we can get Nick on stage here in a minute or two. Hey, Nick.
Hey, am I in the right place now?
Now you are. Now you're live on the internet as well.
Awesome. Cool. And we're at 2:01, so let me just figure out how to share my slides so I can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, there's a present anything, and then you can either share a window or a screen.
Where is the present? Oh, right.
In that console in the backstage area.
Present content.
Present. It
Share
should say
screen.
yeah. And then I'll have to bring it on stage once you're done sharing that.
All right. Can you see my slide deck?
We can. It is just not in presentation mode.
Should be now, maybe.
Unless there's a delay, we're still seeing the other one where it's not in presentation mode.
It should be in presentation mode now. I mean, that's what it is on my screen. Let me
take it off screen and put it back.
Okay. The old turn it off, turn it back on thing.
Yeah, it's still showing us the view where we can see the slides off to the
Let me
side.
stop sharing. Let me put it in presentation mode. I can't. Why is this complicated? Share screen. Entire screen. Share. Okay, you should see me. Now my presentation's coming up. You see it now?
Yeah. We're good, Nick. I'll let you take it away. Thanks so much.
Awesome. All right, guys. Sorry for the delay. Some technical difficulties. Wouldn't be, an IT conference if we didn't have some issues with presentations. I'm going to pause really quick and just make sure you guys can see my slide before I get started and jump into this. Can someone give me like a thumbs up or a yes or anything? Maybe. Can anyone see this?
Nick, we're good. You're good.
All right, cool. All right, so we're going to get started. So avoiding military grade, hopefully that's what you guys are here for. Creating a security awareness program that works. This is me. I'll get into an intro. We've got a security awareness overview, common issues, do's and don'ts, ways to improve, and questions. Basically, I want to go over, what security awareness is, what training is out there right now, how that works, how that doesn't work, and then how you can make your program better, which isn't that complicated if you follow a few steps that I give out here in my presentation. And then I'll leave a couple minutes, hopefully at the end, for questions and answers. I talk pretty fast, so we should be pretty quick here. So who am I? My name is Nichols. I am a cybersecurity professional, been in the industry for like 15 plus years. Also been in the military for about 15 years too. Still a nasty guard guy, so guard reserve guy. Been in a while, done a bunch of different really cool things. Started out as, a regular commo guy. Switched over to cyber, and then I've been doing some special operations work for a while. Really, really cool opportunity. Been able to work in industry, been able to work, in the military in different roles. I'm out in the DC area now, so doing some work out here, and just been super fortunate. But throughout my whole time, I spent most of my work in incident response, phishing, defensive cyber operations, and a little bit of, offensive and pen testing stuff. I wrote a book, How to Catch a Fish. It teaches people how to identify indicators of phishing emails, kind of for a very broad audience. People of all backgrounds can pick it up. I really only interact with LinkedIn. So if you want to get in touch with me, find me on LinkedIn, shoot me a message. I try and post pretty regularly. I'm not smart enough to use the other platforms or have enough time. So that's really it. I've got a few certs. I've gone through a bunch of different training pipelines and a bunch of different SANS courses, things like that in the background. But that's kind of what led me to this. I have taken SANS security awareness training, and I've bid at a bunch of different organizations, military, government, contracting, seen what they do for security awareness, seen what worked. And then I also, work with some MSPs and some small businesses as a consultant to try and improve their program. But so let's start with, just a baseline understanding. If you're in this talk, you have no idea what security awareness is, cool. We can start here. If you're an expert, awesome. Hopefully you can pick up some tips here too. So the whole purpose of security awareness is to manage human risk, to change behavior so that aligns with what the organization wants. So those behaviors that the organization wants to see, how the culture is, the activities that they want you to do. Think like, okay, we don't want you to click on a link. We want you to report that. We want you to talk to your security personnel. We want to trust your security personnel, things like that, the behavior that you're expecting to see. You're also trying to educate users of attacks that you've seen that are relevant to your organization, that are relevant to your industry, that maybe someone reported last week, things like that. You want to essentially create human firewalls. Like the individuals, they could be your weakest link or your strongest asset, depending on how they're trained. And you want them to be, like sensors for you on the network that are picking up suspicious activity, that are not afraid to contact you, that will stop, these bad actors from gaining access to the network. They won't put their credentials into things. They won't download malicious software, things like that. And they'll report that to you. So you can then, with an incident response team or some sort of cybersecurity team, you can stop that behavior, improve your technical controls, things like that. And then build that positive relationship and reputation. You want to educate your users, but you also want them to trust you. You want them to come to the security team, to come to the organizations with issues, not to be afraid of, oh, if I report this, I'm going to get in trouble, or, I don't want to feel like inadequate, or, like I don't know what I'm talking about. I want to trust this organization and bring things to them. So military grade, I'm a veteran myself. Most people in this talk are probably veterans as well. If not, no big deal. But you've seen this before in the commercial world. It's like they dub these products as military grade, and they're supposed to be like super rugged, tough, durable. But if you've been in the military, like the military grade stuff is the stuff you don't want. That's like the cheapest bidder. It's made at large scale. It doesn't really work that great, and you're going to be stuck with it no matter what. So you don't want a military grade program. You want something better. So like, this is kind of what I'm trying to get through into my talk is we don't want military grade. We want what's better for the people. We want what actually works. We want what's scalable and usable. And hopefully, vets can understand that and appreciate it. So most security awarenesses, I love this GIF right here. Set it and forget it. If you are like a 90s kid like me, this was on the infomercials all the time. This, unfortunately, is what most security awareness programs are. You set up a phishing platform. You do monthly, quarterly, or yearly phishing simulations. You send them out. You maybe configure that at the beginning, or you have someone else configure that, and you send them out. People click on them. You get these nice metric reports that show everything you could possibly want to know, like how long did they open the email, how many people clicked it, what department were they in, all this stuff. No one really cares that much. And then maybe you make them do some initial onboarding training, and that's it. You think, okay, we do security awareness training, when in reality, you really don't. You're doing a bare minimum, you're meeting a compliance need, but your people usually aren't learning and gaining a lot from those types of environments. And there's different things, I've tried a lot of different platforms and programs, a lot of companies, and I don't like to bash on the phishing companies, because there's a ton of them and some do really good stuff, but they always offer like these great hooks that they do better than everyone else. And this could be like a quiz, a game, a video. They're like, we hired these like high-end university user experience experts, and they created the best videos that you can ever watch. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, what if you don't learn by videos? Like, what if that's not how you learn things? Okay, cool. Then that doesn't matter to me. Or they're like, yeah, we have this quiz and it's super fun and it's kind of like gamified. That's cool. Okay. What if my users don't learn through games? You're like, okay, cool. Well, then they're going to just like next through this and not do it. So the problem with that is then you have this, like, there's no real change. The content isn't absorbed. The people don't get better. Also, it's usually static. They make these for all of their customer bases, which if you're a manufacturing environment and you're making, I don't know, computer chips, cool. You're going to have a different tax and different things that target your organization, different things that you worry about versus a mom and pop tire shop or retail store or something like that. Like those two are not created the same, but they could buy the same phishing platform. They're going to see the same videos, see the same phishing emails, and really like they're not going to be that much better off. You can do better than that. Unfortunately, a lot of these companies and individuals just get into a continuous cycle with like, okay, cool. We're going to send out these phishing emails. We're testing our users. The metrics are staying the same usually in most cases. They're not really average for click rates and things like that, but you just keep doing it. And then if you get audited, you're like, yeah, we're doing security awareness training. We're doing the phishing emails. Here's all our reports. We got everything done. But if you take a step back and you're like, okay, well, what have our users gotten better at? What is the behavior we're trying to see? How are we improving over time? How are we adapting with new threats and things like that? And most aren't. And that's what we're trying to get better at here. Why do I care so much about security awareness? And this is another like soapbox that I love to talk on and stomp up and down about. But like we love in this industry, and I've been in all different places. Like I said, I've worked in government, I've worked in contracting, I've worked in military organizations, I've worked at large Fortune 150 companies, and I've consulted with small Fortune nothing companies with shoestring budgets. All across the board, everyone loves getting things that are super sexy and super cool and new endpoint tools to do AI, threat detection, CTI, like zero trust stuff. Like we love to buy those type of things. But then when we want to like look at the user, it's like, okay, cool. We'll just do this really cheap security awareness phishing training and that's it. But then we'll spend all this money on this like advanced SIM, this log management stuff. And I'm not saying you don't need that stuff, but when we look at it, it's like, okay, the humans are on the network. Phishing is like the number one infection vector. It has been in the entirety of my career, and it probably will be for the next 10 or 15 years. But instead of that, we'll just keep throwing, money and products, at our endpoints, and we'll just keep buying these new things and these new tools and stuff like that. And they are solving problems that we don't even really know that we have. And that's one of my biggest complaints when I do consulting. It's like, okay, if someone wants to look at a vendor, that's great. I will look at vendors all day long with anyone. But I want to know before we look at this vendor, like, what is the problem that we're trying to solve first? I don't want to hear that from the vendor. I want to hear that from us internally. And then we'll have that discussion with the vendor and say, okay, our problem is XYZ. We don't have coverage on this. We can't patch these things, or we want a tool to do this that we've seen an attack in, or we're afraid of an attack in that space. Cool, that's great. Then the vendor can tell me how they're going to fix it. But I hate going into vendor calls where we don't know what's going on, and they tell us all these things, all these problems that they fix. And at the end of the call, I'm like, okay, cool, but those don't apply to us, or we don't have those right now on our board, or we could do better things in the first place. So my point is, try and spend some more cycles, some more money, some more people driven things versus just throwing money at, more tools, more logs, more things like that. If you don't have the people to manage it, and your security awareness training isn't where it should be. So what are the ways you can improve this? So this is one of my first tips to make security awareness, that works to make your program more effective. Building networks. So this is something I learned, basically in all of my positions in the military, and then a lot of the civilian workforce that I've been involved in too. So when you think about like human intelligence, human networks, things like that, when you're trying to get to a different audience, you're trying to get intelligence or things like that. Human networks are built before a crisis or conflict occurs. So when you think of like incident response or human or professional networking, or, like a driven event that happens, those all happen before the event occurs. So when you do that, you build out that network beforehand, you build those sources, things like that. And that helps you get better over time. So building trust takes time and information. We trust people the more credible and sensitive information they provide. Having, these kind of like security ambassadors in the company. These are trusted individuals that might work in a particular department or might work in a different area of the company. They're the ones that you can go to and share some of this security information with. You can share some of this knowledge with them. They can then be in, the finance or the accounting or the IT, just general IT department. And they're the ones that can, be a trusted point of contact within that that organization. I've seen, companies incentivize that, where they will give, money to those people and say, hey, we're going to do a monthly meeting. We're going to teach you about security. You're going to be our point of contact within these different departments. We will pay you as a bonus an extra like $500 to help do that. And that'll help, improve things across the board. It gives them an incentive to stay engaged, to stay involved with the organization, and to pass that. And then, when security incidents come up, they have that point of contact internally to kind of share that. These individuals, they can just be security conscious. They don't have to be experts. They don't have to have certificates or go through any kind of advanced pipeline or anything like that. They just have to want to help the organization, to want to learn about this, have a general interest in it. And then over time, they'll develop that. They'll become that trusted source. They will bring things to you. You can bring things to them, maybe debriefs and say, hey, we had an incident last week. It was super complicated. Here's what happened. We were able to figure it out and make things work. And then we only want you to share X, Y, and Z with your individuals and stuff like that. So that's one tip you can do. I've seen it work really well. Larger organizations, smaller ones, it's kind of hard because you have less people. You have to kind of juggle things a lot more to try and do that for like a 50 or 100 person organization. But something like 1,000, 5,000, 500, you might be able to swing, a couple ambassadors. One of my other favorite things to do. Okay, so this involves only 3 things to fix security awareness. Again, and this is something we don't do very well. So the first thing is go to your local like donut place. And this is like your hole in the wall, like mom and pop donut place, bakery or whatever. Like don't go to like Dunkin' Donuts, get like the really good, cool donuts that are local that everyone talks about. Then take a bunch of phishing emails that your users hopefully are reporting to like a shared mailbox. Hopefully you've got something like suspicious cybersecurity at your company, incident response, whatever that is. Hopefully you have a process where they're reporting these emails to. Emails that are reported by your company are literally the best source of intelligence you could ask for, because they're actual attacks that actual hackers are trying to use to get into your company. They're targeted to you. No one else is going to have, they might be used elsewhere, but very few people are going to have these. And they're ones that got through all the filters that got delivered to your users, and other people probably got these as well. So you can glean a lot of really good information. They're really, really good training aids. And unfortunately, like a lot of people they review these in the security team and then they just, delete them or move them to a quarantine box or something like that. And it's like, no, these are like the best piece of intelligence you could use, the best training aid. So take these, talk to your organization, make sure you're allowed to do this, talk to the individuals if you have to, or the legal team, whatever, depending on how big or small your company is, and then use these as a training aid. And then the third part is, this is an Office, huge Office fan, love the show. Get everyone into a conference room if you can. I get it, a lot of people are remote, that's hard to do. But if you have something like an annual training or something where people are in person or quarterly or you're hybrid or something like that, physically get teams into a room together. And the reason why I say that is because when they go back to their workforce, if they're in the same physical location, they're sitting by each other. If they've gone through this training together, they might have that, cohesion where they say, hey, Oscar, you sit next to me. You're also in accounting. You get emails from Bill at the supplier every single month. He sent one to me instead and said, hey, I wanted to change, the ACH information and the banking where we're sending our money to. Does that seem normal to you? Should I call him? And Oscar's like, actually, no, I just talked to him. He's out on leave for the last 2 weeks. And you're like, that's weird. So my point is, like, if the teams go through this together, they might have some cohesion. What you do when you get them all in the room together, super easy, super simple. 15, maybe 30 minutes max. People don't love to do training for very long times. Get them all together, pull up some of these emails. And as you can see in the example in the middle, I've somewhat sanitized this. So I've blacked out who it was to. I blacked out the domain. And I'm just using this as an example. Put it up on the board, talk through people and say, okay, cool. These are the things, this is a real attack that we saw at our company. These are the things that we want you to see. And it's like, okay, let's look at the greeting. Let's look at the link. Let's look at the text. Let's look at the signature block. Let's look at this banner across the board. And then you do that, and then people understand that. And then you pull up another one that's blank. And you say, cool, now I want you guys to tell me what makes this email suspicious. And again, you're using real world, actual phishing emails, super relevant to your organization, super helpful. And then the people call it out and they say, hey, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Oh, I didn't even think about that, but I'm really glad you brought that up. Cool, great. And then you encourage them to report that because you want them to report that behavior. You want them to do the right thing, handle it properly, and then continue doing that. If they do it once and they never hear anything, that's not cool, because then they're just going to do it like 2 or 3 more times and be like, okay, cool, I didn't hear anything. I don't know what to do anymore. No one's answering me. No one's saying anything about these emails. I'm just going to move on. And this also kind of like incentivizes that behavior, because, you know, 1, they get donuts. 2, they get to do this training for a little bit. They get out of their regular office, their routine, whatever. They get to learn about these emails. They say, okay, cool. That's why the security team wants these emails, because they're going to investigate them. They're going to use them as training aids. They're going to help protect the organization. Like, that's my part as part of the company. Like, I can do that. I can help out. Security is a shared responsibility. We can't do it all, you know, just with the defenders. I can help out with that. So it kind of like drives home a lot of really good points. And again, you know, 15, 30 minutes tops. If you start doing an hour plus, it's not going to go over well. People are going to get bored. They're not going to want to do it. But it works super effectively. I do this with an MSP and some other consulting engagements that I do. We try and do like 2 or 3 of these a year, and it goes very well. People like it. And then we usually open it up just for like a Q&A after. We're like, hey, you can ask us anything you want. If you want to talk about VPNs, if you want to talk about wireless, traveling, ChatGPT, like, let's just talk about security or anything, technology in general. And it'll help, you know, build that rapport, build that relationship. And then when people have something weird or they have a question come up, they're like, oh, I know who to talk to. I can hit up, you know, Nick or Tim or whatever it is. The other thing I wanted to talk about, I did a little bit of this throughout the other 2 topics, but just discussing initial training and reinforcement training. So initial training is like what you do to start to give you, you know, the initial ground general knowledge of or baseline of a topic. This is kind of like foundational educational information. You're going to do this like onboarding. So think of initial training as like you're onboarding cybersecurity awareness, cybersecurity challenge if you're in the military, stuff like that. It just shows you like a once over baseline. Unfortunately, most organizations just stop at that point. They don't do anything else. And that's where the most important part, the second part of this, is that reinforcement training. This is ongoing, continuous process of reminding, testing, and rewarding an employee. So what I like to do in my own programs that I'm managing, we send out these phishing emails. That's awesome. Like 99.999% of companies send out that phishing email and then send nothing else after that. And then they just grab the metrics, they keep it internally, and they don't do anything. You know, they might send those metrics up to senior leadership. And I was like, well, that's silly. Like, the users never understand what we were trying to get them to learn about. And this is a completely horrible opportunity that we're losing right now. It's like, we sent them that phishing email. Let's just say I had 100 people, say 25 people reported that email, 75 people didn't. Those 25 people that reported it, they might have an idea of what we wanted them to see, but maybe not. And those other 75 people, they might have just ignored it. They didn't do the behavior we wanted to, or they had no idea that it was wrong. And that's kind of like a failure on our part. It's like, we need to reinforce that and send out a follow-up email after the campaign and say, hey, listen, guys, this wasn't really like a trick or a scam or anything like that. This is a training opportunity. Here's the email. Here's the screenshot. Here's the things we wanted you to see. Here's the sender. Here's the attachment. Here's the link. Here's all the indicators that you should have picked up on. And here's what you should have done. You should have forwarded it to cybersecurity, incident response, whatever at your domain, so that we can analyze this and take action. And what I've done in my more mature programs is we've created a reward system. So we'll take those people that reported it, we'll do a lottery, and we'll say, hey, 25 people reported this. We drew the names out of a hat. We picked one, and you get a Starbucks gift card for $5, or you get a $20 Amazon card. And then we'll put that person's name in the reinforcement email and be like, hey, John Smith, he won this week's or this month's challenge. Thanks for trying to keep our network safe. Please come down to the whatever cybersecurity office to pick up your reward. And then that way, everyone in the company also sees that. And they're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. Like, he won something for doing the right activity. Like, and here's all the things I need to learn again. Like, I want to win something, so I'm going to do the same thing. And that builds on each other. As you do it over and over again, people start understanding that. They realize that. They start to look for those emails. They start to look for the suspicious activity. And then they'll report that because they want, they want to win something. They want to be recognized. And that's something, you should work out with your senior leadership in the company. Like, how do they want to be recognized? Is that, monetarily? Is that something where we give them a gift or something like that? Is that just recognition from the IT director or the CISO saying like, hey, Tim, thanks, you did a good job, and the whole company sees it? That depends a lot on your culture and stuff like that. But what I've seen, the easiest, quickest way, get, like 12 $5 gift cards to Starbucks, and then you give them out one every single month. It costs like $60. usually you can get that funded pretty quickly. And then that way you give something people can use. There's other ways you can enforce this too, is like giving them, gifts like a coffee mug or a hoodie or something like that they can wear around the office, like this coveted, network defender or cybersecurity expert, polo or mug, and then they can bring it around the office and everyone could want to win that. So something cool like that, but there's different processes to it. And we only have like 4 more minutes, so I'll try and zoom through these last ones. So what do you want users to do? You want them to report the messages, hopefully to the internal security team. You also want them to do this on their own, in their home networks, on their home accounts and things like that. That way they don't, unfortunately, a lot of people share passwords. They don't get popped with like a Gmail, Yahoo phishing email, and they're using the same password with their corporate environment. Not a good day. So hopefully, they're using these skills that you're teaching them to protect themselves outside of work. What you also want to do is take these opportunities to work in emerging threats. I didn't get time to talk a lot about this, but as things come out, as the Heartbleed, the Log4j, any kind of like emerging threat, the WSUS stuff that just happened this week, like tell your users, hey, we're looking into this. We know what's going on. We don't see it in our environment, or we're running down, vulnerabilities associated with this. Like that helps build rapport. It helps build trust within the organization. And again, you want people to ask you questions. You want them to report incidents. You want them to trust the security team. The worst thing in the world is if they don't have any trust in you, they're afraid to report things. You'll be the last to know about incidents, or you'll investigate things and people will be like, yeah, I knew about that 3 days ago or 3 weeks ago. And I didn't say anything because I didn't know who to contact, or I just didn't say anything because I didn't think you guys would care. So that's not what you want. You want to be in the positive space where people come to you and report things. If you have no idea of where to look for techniques, I cover this in my book, but just basic social engineering tactics. You can grab this in my book, or I've posted it on LinkedIn before a bunch of times. It's nothing super secret, but just look out for things like this in emails. These are good training aids, things you can try and teach your people about. Why we focus on phishing, I talked a little bit about this. It's still the #1 attack vector. It's not going away. There's phishing emails every single day, every single industry. It's not stopping. AI is actually aiding in phishing. I don't think it's making it harder. I think it's making it easier for attackers to do phishing campaigns. And then, you want to look at your phishing yield, click rates and stuff like that. That's an easy metrics. 20 is probably pretty high. It's probably a little bit lower than that. This metric was from a different organization. These are some resources. I will post this on LinkedIn because I usually do. But again, if you have no idea where to get contact or ideas, here's some places like my top 5 podcasts, my top 5 news sites that I recommend checking like every day. Again, these are all just ones that I use. I don't have any affiliation with any of these. Top publications, these are ones that I try and read every single year. Top tools, Twitter feeds, and then books. If nothing else, if you learn nothing from me and you just think I'm totally crazy, pick up The Cuckoo's Egg by Cliff Stahl. Seriously, my favorite book of all time. Really, really cool. It's about this dude that runs through in the 80s an incident. He does all this really cool stuff that we're still trying to do right now, like logging, alerting, honeypots, things like that. And it's an awesome, awesome read. Not super technical. Really, really good. That is all I have for my presentation. And I think we're right at 2:29 my time. So again, this is my LinkedIn. Send me a connect, like comment, whatever. Follow me. That's the best way to get a hold of me. I do some consulting on the side. My organization is called Into Security. I've got information on LinkedIn if you want to chat about that. Cool. Or I love chatting to people about security, mentoring people, stuff like that. If you just want to pick my brain about something or have a question about phishing or cybersecurity, like shoot me a message. I'm happy to chat with you. I love working with veterans. That's one of my favorite demographic of people because I'm a veteran. I relate with them. I understand a lot of things they're talking about. And I try and be straightforward with them. So again, if you want to talk, I'm open to it. I love it. I love this organization. This is the third time I've presented at FedSecCon. It's super cool. I'll keep doing it as long as they let me speak. Okay, cool. Go ahead, John. Sorry, what's up? I can't hear you for some reason, John.
All right. John, you're still muted, but my mic should be on. Can you hear me?
That's totally my bad. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I've got you 5x5. Okay,
Awesome.
we're not seeing the enhanced.
Are you able to see a presentation now?
Yes.
Great. And it is the main screen, right? You just see a title, not the presenter view.
Yeah, we're good.
Awesome. Well, thanks everybody for coming. I'm going to be talking. The title's a little bombastic, Hacking Your Cat for a Smoother Move to Hawaii. Talk a little bit about why I chose that language specifically. But yeah, thanks for coming. I'm going to start with a little bit of an introduction about me, about my cat, Scab, so you can see on screen now. Just why am I giving this talk? Let's give the quick career change run through. So I started in a different world. I was originally went to school for anthropology and was working as an archaeologist, which is a glamorous life of hiking around the desert and carrying large packs and just digging holes in the middle of nowhere once you get there. So a lot of that prepared me for a future career as a 13 Fox in the Army. I used that bachelor's degree, put it to work, and enlisted in combat arms. So that was fun. I got to spend 1 year in Afghanistan doing fun things there. And then afterwards, I got out, used my GI Bill, went back to school to get an IT career. I started at my local city doing a help desk. From there, I was able to get up to a state IT department doing incident response, or rather sysadmin for their incident response network and disaster recovery work. And then when we had our next PCS for my wife's work, I was able to get a full-time security position as a security analyst at my county government. I mention all this because this is about helping veterans find employment. And I think it's worth noting that a lot of people feel like they're one of 1,000 applicants for jobs, especially entry-level positions. I found from my experience that local government provided an excellent opportunity where there were fewer applicants. It wasn't getting fed into some of the same big job post aggregators. And there was a lot of opportunity to just solve problems, go with it. And yeah, government was great for me for that. So highly recommend it. After I finished local government, I went to be the lead cybersecurity analyst at the DLI for a little while out in Monterey, California. After a few months, I had to hop out of that to get into consulting because that was when I was starting to transition to pen testing as a career. I spent a few years as a pen tester at Coalfire, primarily doing compliance-driven pen tests in their FedRAMP space. But after a few years of that, I went to an internal pen test position where I'm at currently at CrowdStrike, where I'm on our internal red team, largely attacking LLM applications and other just things that might be presenting risk to our employee base. And got to throw that disclaimer out there that all views are personal and nothing here is an admission of wrongdoing. Always in school. I previously used my GI Bill to do the SANS Technology Institute's Red Team postgrad certification. That's what helped me make that pivot from cybersecurity into pen testing specifically. And I'm currently in the online Masters of Cybersecurity at Georgia Tech. So if any of my classmates are in here, feel free to send me a message. It's linked up. Also, it's VetSecCon, so I got to mention I'm a military spouse, proudly. I just recently got to go attend my wife's warrant officer graduation earlier this year, so very happy to be part of that military community, even when I'm out. My interests are my dog and my cats. I also like hacking things, all things, wireless things, and just if there's something that's got parameters that they don't want us tickling, I'm probably going to go try to touch them. My wife introduced me once to her colleagues as, this is my husband. He likes cats and computers. I remember being like so miffed at the time because I couldn't distill myself down to that. But fast forward, and that's how I self-identify. And I would also say I'm interested in radios and wireless. I like playing with NFC, RFID. I've been having a lot of fun with software-defined radio and Wi-Fi. There's a lot of fun stuff to do there. And I encourage anybody who hasn't played with these things to just go out, buy a couple dongles, and start seeing what you can do. And I'd say my biggest goal is to someday finish school. We'll see. It's my third time cracking into grad school, and each time I get distracted by something shiny and change directions. But we'll see. This time I think I'm going to stick it out. So what are we going to be talking about today? Hawaii is rabies free. You might not know that. Here's a map of the planet and where rabies is endemic. And Hawaii is so rabies free, it's not even on this map. We're going to talk a little bit about importing animals, what that process looks like, how they maintain that rabies free status. We'll talk about the FDXB microchip that's present in your pets and do a little bit of a technical teardown on that. But we'll then talk about how to spoof them to avoid quarantine, if that's your situation, suggestions to the state to improve the system, and what's in this for you as somebody who probably doesn't work with animal radio frequency IDs as your day-to-day job. So let's start by getting some context. This is my dog, Zoe, one of our first trips to the beach after we moved out to Hawaii. Hawaii, like I mentioned, is the only state in the U.S. that's free of rabies. And currently, they have a process that can require up to 120 days quarantine when you arrive on the island for your animal to keep it that way. There are steps you can take in advance to get a 5-day or less conditional quarantine. And in some cases, if you have all your ducks in a row, you can even get direct airport release. 50 to 60,000 people move to Hawaii each year, 45,000 or so active duty military personnel here. The military community is larger. That doesn't reflect the National Guard and reservists that are here or might have relocated here. It also doesn't include the DoD or other government civilians and other departments and agencies that are also rotating out here and jumping through all these hoops to move themselves and their families. The process involves getting that microchip in your animal, 2 sets of rabies vaccines, a FAVN test, which is essentially testing that they've got sufficient rabies antibodies in their blood. They got a sufficient antibody load, and then a 120-day wait after that blood sample was sent to one of only like 3 labs in the country that can do it. So then you wait out that 120 days, and if everything's good, then you can get that conditional release when you arrive at the airport. The various vet appointments, the blood tests, the air cargo, and the fees the state incurs cost about or over $1,000 per pet. When we started going through the process, we were first quoted at $2,000 to do the pet appointments for all 4 of our pets. We tried to instead go through the military vet system where we could do it all for $50. That cost time instead of money, so more about that later. And if you do get quarantined by the state upon arrival, they'll charge you $1,080 for the luxury of keeping your pet in their quarantine facility for the next 4 months. Pet ownership statistics are also relevant here. 66 to 70% of US households have a pet. You might be one of those. Only 40% have a child for comparison, so we can see what we like more as a country. And that number is probably smaller for military households just because the number of young people in the military don't necessarily have the option to have a pet in their living arrangement. So we might be a smaller demographic than the population at large moving here as that's concerned. Now I'm going to talk to you about my cat Scabs. She is at the center of this whole presentation. So without doing that thing that we've all experienced too many times where someone drones on and on about their cat or their dog, I'll just say we've all had that pet that's been our best pet. Scabs was that for us. She was awesome. After a long, good life with us, she did get sick. She had kidney failure. It was a trip to the vet. They kept kind of like keeping her alive for another few hours, another test. Let's see what happens. And so we fell into that trap where nickel and dime. Next thing we know, it's been like 2 days of emergency vet medicine, but an insane bill. But she came out of it alive, and we got another good couple healthy years out of her. It just meant having to do regular subcutaneous fluid injections to keep her hydrated to treat the issue that led to the kidney problem in the first place. And it also meant prescription food and prescription pills that she would need twice a day. So I mention all that because it's just it's worth saying that she was a very like needy cat for the last few years. It took a lot of just having to give her those pills, those injections. Something like a quarantine would have been lethal for her. She wouldn't be able to survive that. So the unreadable microchip here, that's the big thing. So during that process, I told you eventually we were able to get military appointments. It was a 300-mile drive to get from Northern California to Lemoore Naval Air Station, where the vet was able to see us for cheap. And when we went there for our first appointment, they weren't able to get a read on her microchip. So without verifying her microchip, they wouldn't be able to go forward and send that blood sample to those labs for analysis. So we'd already started the process. We already had a bunch of paperwork in the way with that microchip number. They opted to, just because we ran out of what they described as ran out of kitty minutes with her, there was no more work to be done. So they asked me to come back a couple days later. So I went home, came back a few days later, did that drive again with her. And once again, they weren't able to read her microchip until the very end, after the doctor told her, her veterinary staff to like, all right, wrap it up. This cat's not going to cooperate. The PFC that was there helping us out did a little bit extra, went above and beyond, and finally got 1 chip. So they were able to do everything and move it forward. But that was the moment where we realized, man, if it was this hard for like a well-intentioned Army vet that's got nothing, Army veterinarian that's got nothing better to do with his day, than like keep trying to scan this pissed off cat, then that's just going to be terrible on the other side. If they're not able to scan her when she gets to Hawaii, then all this is for nothing, and she's going to go to quarantine anyway. So the challenge, how do we keep this sweet little cat out of quarantine? Before we do that, we got to analyze the actual chips and figure out what are we working with here. Now, I will say I'm focusing on the technical aspects. I did find out after the fact there was a process to get a new microchip in her, but I didn't pay attention to that at the time because I wanted to try to hack it. So now let's talk about FDXB. So on the screen right here, there's a picture. This is from an ad for just some random microchip on the Amazon, but it lets you see what the actual chip is. It's slightly larger than a grain of rice. It's in a little bio-glass capsule. It's a small magnetic coil in there, and then a small transceiver that's able to send a 64-bit data payload back to the receiver. Mentions on here ISO 11784 and 11785 compliant. Those are the international standards that govern the radio frequency identification of animals, and they're operating at the 134.2 kilohertz frequency range. There's no battery. As I mentioned, it's powered by the electromagnetic field generated by the RFID reader. And I only mention amplitude shift keying ASK here because if you're one of these people at home using I'm sorry if you're my dog barking. But yeah, if you're using like a Flipper Zero at home trying to read your animals, you'll want to go to extra actions and choose ASK because that's specifically the shift keying that they're using for this. And we also have to talk a little bit about inductive coupling and what this concept is. So you've got two coils that are essentially talking through their magnetic fields. One of them it applies magnetic fields to cause its coil to move, and a few centimeters away, the reciprocating coil picks up that magnetic field, moves accordingly. That's able to provide energy to the chip inside, and it's able to send data back by modulating the load on the antenna coil, and the receiver knows how to read that. So if you're into that kind of stuff, dig into it more. That's about as deep as I can go before I'm talking about my ass. So let's talk a little bit more about how the actual data goes with it. It uses biphase encoding. Not going to hang on this too much, I promise, but if you see, instead of high and low voltage being the ones and the zeros, what it's actually doing is an interval halfway through each of these bit periods, these pre-timed intervals. And so it's that change from high to low voltage that's what's read as a 1 or a 0. If it goes from low to high at that midpoint, that's a 1. If it goes from high to low, that's a 0. This graph makes it really hard. It took a lot of trying to understand. Roald Neffs is an engineer in the Netherlands. He has a good little write-up that helped me to make sense of this. These graphics are actually directly from his website. So shout out to Roald if he sees this. Down below, we have a little bit of info about what the actual packets look like. The big thing to pay attention to here is the green field and the blue. The blue is the 3-digit country code. So in his case, that's 528 for the Netherlands. I'll show you my example on the next slide. I think it's a 999. We'll talk about that. And this big green block, that's the individual ID. So in this case, that corresponds to 14.0795552. So that's what you're actually reading. When you pull out your reader, read a chip, and you see number, dash, that's the format. The rest of it are a couple extra bits to either flag on or off whether an application should look for this extra data. This flag right here checks whether or not it's an animal identifier. There's a checksum just to make sure that it is being received accurately by the receiver. And this extra data isn't used for pets, but in the like wildlife and ag space, they'll use that for maybe tracking something like vaccination status for an individual animal as they're moving through like a cattle feedlot or something like that. I haven't seen that firsthand. That's just what I've heard that extra data can be used for. Now, we've talked about how it sends, what it sends. Nowhere in this was there any mention of encryption or authentication. There is zero security baked into this whatsoever. And it's also worth noting that these chips are generally read-only once they're programmed. However, rewritable chips do exist. And when I first read that, coupled with the seeing that there was nothing about authentication or encryption, that's what got me thinking there might be something to this. So let's talk a little bit more. Those numbers, the 999 or the, in Roald's case, 528 decimal, that's the manufacturer or the country code. So these are assigned by ICAR. They're the International Committee for Animal Recording. They're the international standard the ISO specifies gets to hand out these manufacturer codes to individual countries or individual manufacturers who are responsible for ensuring uniqueness of IDs within their block. So in the 999 is a bad example because that's specifically for research and development. But if it was 567 or 928 or whatever, any real manufacturer code, it's got to have unique serialized numbers within that. And so that's what those national authorities tasked out by ICAR are responsible for ensuring. Here in the United States, that's the USDA's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. And I mentioned the test code 999. That's what I'm working with up there. The older FDXA are only a 10-digit code. So if you see a smaller one when you scan your animal, that's the older chip, but those are getting phased out. So why is this system so secure? Something we rely on for verifying what our animal is. It wasn't designed for security. It was made in the 80s and the 90s. It was designed by the ag industry for livestock. You know, you would need to track cattle moving through pens. Like you're not really depending on this for something as nuanced as, you know, an animal, a pet rather. They use the low frequency inductive coupling. There's no battery, the slow magnetic fields. All of these are reasons that it's got to be an insanely small amount of data that's able to be transmitted by this. Not much room left for security. So let's see, what can we do? How can we solve our problem by using this in a way that it wasn't intended? So here's Scabs, actually got back from the vet. You can see she's got her subcutaneous injection going in. This became like a nightly occurrence for a while of having to just get her big camel hump of fluid while we got her back hydrated. Not relevant. So let's see the actual problems that we need to address if we're going to be able to solve our bigger problem with this. First, can we write arbitrary values? Because what's the point if we can't make a chip look like hers? Then that's a non-starter. And second, are these chips distinguishable from a non-spoof chip? Can we tell legit? What kind of offset concerns do we have there? And finally, is this legal? More about that later. So in the beginning, I had a Flipper Zero. That was the only piece of hardware as it relates to like RFID stuff at all. So when I read that you could buy rewritable microchips, I figured that was the first piece of hardware I'd need to pick up. So I bought myself a pack of these. You can see down at the bottom, this chip is readable and writable. Questionable accuracy in that statement, but either way, I bought a pack, tried to write them with my Flipper to see if I could just start cloning chips easy. Unfortunately, it wasn't so simple. I wasn't able to do it. So the next thing I picked up for my kit was a purpose-built microchip scanner. Instead of trying to use the tiny little field reader on a handheld device, I bought something bigger that would be able to pick up those signals from a few inches away, hopefully make it easier to locate where the chip was within Scabs. So maybe we'd be able to make it easier. You know, if we can't spoof it, maybe we could at least walk the vets onto it when she arrives. We'll see. We weren't able to find it ultimately. And the next thing we had to get for the kit was this glass tag reader, an EM4305 reader writer. That's the chip inside a lot of these microchips. There's a few different chips inside the chips. That's one of the big standard ones. So you can see here, it specifies ISO 11784 and 85. So we already know that's the standard we're looking at. So this looked like the right kind of thing. You can't really see it very good in this picture, but there are two little previews of software. So they say they're coming with a Write Code Machine SDK. This is standard. When you go to Alibaba or AliExpress for these things, they come with software. Unfortunately, a lot of that software is in Chinese. And I lost the software that I used when I did this back in 2023 for our PCS. But going back through a couple of days ago, I found some of the other vendors out there. And so fortunately, after I hit up about 10 different sellers, my friend John Boland, Animal ID Store, came back and they were super cool. They even called me friend. They gave me a link to go download the software. And so with that, I was able to actually get into the reader software. It looks a lot like this. So this is a screenshot that I found a couple of years ago when I was trying to do this for our 2023 PCS out to Hawaii. I found the software like this. Everything was in Chinese. When I finally found this screenshot on the internet, that helped me to figure out, oh, okay, down at the bottom, those tabs are about FDXB and FDXA, because it turns out pointing your phone in Google Translate at that and trying to get it to translate FDXB is T57. Those aren't really simple. So I was able to eventually figure out how to do it, and we were able to get it right. I'll talk more about that. We're going to do a live demo and show how we did it, but just talking about procurement at this point. And finally, for like building out our skills, our hardware knowledge, we got to talk about like the knowledge gaps there. So first of all, I did not know how to spoof microchips. I did find a blog post by our friend Roald Neffs, previously mentioned. Those screen grabs should look familiar. But Roald kind of walked me through the process, taught me a little bit through his blog about how the software works. We also learned how to inject the cats into a chip, or how to inject the chips into a cat. Fortunately, the internet's full of helpful videos for vets on how to do that part. And I also kind of talk about this around here. I don't have pretty pictures for this, but will I get caught? And if so, what's going to happen? More to come on that. So how did it all go down? The first one we scanned, once we got the hardware, once we figured out how to use the software, it worked spectacularly for about 2 days. And then it stopped reading, and then I never got another read on it. I don't know why. I have a few theories. First, I suspected she was spending a lot of her time on a heated cat bed. So I think it's possible that just by laying on that heater, maybe there's some kind of coil causing an EMF that electromagnetic field might have rattled something loose in a defective chip. Don't know. That's speculative. I think more likely what happened is the chip itself probably rotated within her body. As you saw from some of those early screenshots, she was a portly cat. She lost about half that weight. And with all that extra skin, that was a lot of room for chips to migrate and tumble. And we'll talk about this a little bit more too, but the orientation and direction of the chip relative to the magnetic fields will make a huge difference in whether it's received, whether it's sent, all that. So we'll talk about that. Oh, and I think it's worth mentioning also, this one. So after we got that first one, we rewrote one, and we rewrote a second one, and we rewrote a third one, we wrote a fourth one, and we just ended up having so many of these chips with her microchip on them. We were prepared up until the day of. We were going to be sticking another one in her at the airport, another one on the plane if we needed to. Just we're going to make sure when she landed, her chip would be ready. So at this point, I'm going to switch to a live demo. I'm going to try something a little crazy here with my camera. So let's see if this works. Hey, John, I'm going to try to switch my camera to one I've got pointing down at my desktop. So I'm going to kill my video. And when I turn it back on, maybe I'll have an option. No, doesn't look like it. All right, well, I was hoping to show live, and I have prepared slides, but if I'm not able to change camera mid-presentation, oh, here we go. So that should work. And I'm also going to change my screen share to share the actual terminal for the animal tag reader. So bear with me for one more second. And now you should more or less have my display. You should see the reader software on my screen and all this stuff down below. Okay, great. Thanks, Vincent, for confirming. So so let's talk about the pieces. So here's the envelopes that that the actual chips come in. One of them I've got open here so we can see what's inside. So we've got this little microchip injector. We can pull off the safety, pull off the tab, and we can see that if we just inject it into our hand, it'll spit out the little microchip. So you're probably not going to be able to see this up close. That's why I included a picture, but we've got that tiny grain of rice microchip now. Get rid of our garbage. Here is that dock we talked about. You can see the red light is on right now. We're going to go ahead and open the reader in the app. So now that reader is open. We're on FDXB, and we're making sure we're on the EM4305. So we could just do an instant point-in-time read, but if it's not exactly in the right spot, that's not going to work. Fortunately, dangerousthings.com, some biohacker supply site, has some really cool diagnostic tools that they give. So here we've got a couple of LED microchips embedded in a little plastic diagnostic chip that'll show us the presence of NFC and RFID fields. So as we go around, we can see exactly where the chips hit their sweet spot. So right about there, you probably can't see that, but if I turn it this way, you can see the light will get brighter and dimmer as it actually gets onto the spots that have the highest signal. So we're going to find ourselves a nice little spot there, park our chip right next to it. And what we'll actually do here, use this auto button to read. And now it's just going to keep spamming read signals until our chip gets picked up. So now we can just hover it around until we find it. So we got a success. Now we've got an ID populated up here. We can see that country ID is the experimental 999. And this is a blank chip. It's just all zeros across the board. And there's that extra user data. And there we've got the data flag and the animal flag. So that's how we could tell the application, that if either of those 1-bit flags are flagged. So in this case, let's try to write this. Let's make it arbitrary. Let's go for, what did he have? 587 or something like that was the code for the Netherlands. Let's try to steal theirs. And let's just give it an arbitrary number. Our cat is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 12 digits. So we'll add 1, 2, 3 back to it. We can turn off the read. So we can get our chip handy, keep it on auto and write. And now similarly, we can take our little microchip, walk it around until we get that satisfactory beep. And it's showing a success on the line, but we want to verify that. So let's read something else. So here I've got one of the, another chip. This one was bought from Dangerous Things. This is the newer standard ISO 14223. I bought this to play with it because these supposedly do have some additional modules that can allow for encryption, but I haven't, this is brand new and I haven't got the hardware yet to read it, but we'll see if we can read the FDXB side on it. So we'll go back to read and we're just going to kind of poke this around until it hits. With a little luck. All right, if not, we got a backup here. We're going to read this with our flipper 0 and just verify it that way. So, I'm not going to try to show you the whole screen because you probably won't be able to read it. But I was talking about before reading animal chips with flipper. When you go into your 125 kilohertz RFID, you'll want to go down to extra actions and then read ASK, and that'll specifically look for the standard that these chips use. Put it nearby. We got a hit. Don't know if you're able to see that or if it's upside down or not, but I'll just read it to you. we see ID 587-123-45-6789-123, and it shows country 587. So that's all the data that's coming through. So to address our OPSEC question of, is this going to be distinguishable from the real deal? No, not at all. It's incredibly simple to just make one that's indistinguishable. And from the readers I was playing with, the couple that I bought and talking to one of my vets about what did they see when they scan it is the exact same thing. They're seeing the country ID, they're seeing the national ID. And I know those names are confusing. Think of national as your individual ID within the sequence, and country ID is which sequence you're in. So just semantics there. But yeah, that's basically it. That's all that's to writing this. I did one experimental where I tried to just spam it out with like how much data can you pack in this thing. So let's see if we can just hit it with all F's across the way. So this is going to be an example of the most data that could possibly go on one of these. And let's write it. Great. Now we've got a super weird little chick that's a chip that's a logical absurdity. So fun. It's the end of the live demo. I'm going to go back to the slides at this point. So please bear with me again while I figure out how to do that. Let's see. One more camera. Should do that. And that should probably work. All right. Are you able to see back to the screen? Let's see. Where do we pick up? Live demo. And I just got to hop back to the chat really quick to see. Can somebody give me a thumbs up if you're able to see my screen, or John, speak up? All right. Not hearing anything. Okay, good to go. Thank you. Appreciate that. And just a quick time check. It's time. All right. Time to fly through this stuff then. All right. So we talked about this, the animal tag writers. We'll skip through all that stuff. So the implications, rabies could be introduced to the state. They've had rabies quarantine since 1912. There's only a handful of countries you can come here for without jumping through all those hoops. 59,000 people die annually. Less than 10 of those are in the US. Crime rings are exploiting this. In the UK, it's a big problem with puppy smuggling rings. You could also probably do something sketchy on this with insurance scams if you wanted to get your animal insured. But if you're going to go take it for something that might not, don't want to cause a pre-existing condition, maybe you go spoof a chip, try to just, make it harder for them to track you that way. And solutions, short-term nose prints, nose ID. It's already a thing. It's been developed. It's 99% accurate. There's an app you can go enroll your pet today. Check it out. Nose ID. Google it. It's fun. They could also check animals on outbound. They could add photos to the process. There's just extra second factor authentication. So as we all know, for anything, MFA is required at this point. Long-term, the state can invest in the ISO 14223 standard and work with the University of Hawaii to help improve the position of tech security here on Hawaii. And how can this work for you? Radios are everywhere. This is the same technology that's used by your access badges. This is the same thing that your garage doors, your gate openers. I've seen the handicapped accessibility buttons that'll open a door to a grocery store. A lot of times those are radio frequency. And sometimes they're tied to stop sending the signal when they close the doors, but they're not necessarily turning off the reader. So I've seen examples where people have been able to record that signal during the day with something as trivial as a flipper, replay it after hours, and the door opens right up. So, if ever times get tough, good old fashioned life of crime, who knows? Closing thoughts, the legality. I never really solved that because I never figured it out. As far as I can tell, if you're not doing anything for fraud, you're probably not bad. But at this point, I regret to say Scabs has since passed away. We did have a good time with her in Hawaii. Body's been incinerated. So good luck trying to find the evidence. That's the end of my presentation. I'll go ahead and stop sharing now since there's no more time here. But if you have any questions or if you're interested in this kind of stuff, please reach out to me. I'm on VetSec Slack and I'm always down to collaborate.
Thanks, Brian. That was awesome. We are pretty much out of time, though, so I'm going to get the next speaker up here. That was fascinating. Super fascinating. That was the Hacking Your Cat presentation, everybody.
Go Birds.
All right, we're going to get Heather Lawrence up here. What's funny is I knew Heather from some other weird cyber cult that I'm in, and I didn't know that she was involved in VetSec. I don't have audio from you. Oh.
There we go. Matt.
Yeah, I've got you now. I just showed your slides, but they're not maximized.
Oh, we're now.
We're good.
All right.
Thank you so much, Heather, for being here and for your time. And I'm going to give you as much time as possible.
All right, let's get started. I do have more slides than minutes, so let's get into this. This is a whirlwind tour of where we are in the AI environment. I'm going to walk through some of the things that have been happening on the AI for red team side. I'm going to talk about AI for blue teams and some main takeaways. Who am I? If you've never met me before, we've never talked. I'm currently a senior data scientist with EISEC. I also have my own consulting business called Atropos Insights. You can find me on LinkedIn under H. Lawrence 2010. I have been doing PhD life for forever, but I'm not a complete stranger when it comes to machine learning and network intrusion detection systems. That's what my PhD is on. My dissertation is written. I am currently looking to defend it. All right, so I've presented a couple places. Previously, I was on B-Sides Orlando board. I have volunteered for VexSec before. I've also worked with Hack at UCF. We won NCC DC one year, and I am a Navy vet. I come from the Carl Vinson. And trivia fact, Tyler the Pug and I were on the same ship, the Carl Vinson. All right, so where were we? Where are we now? We are in a place where we cannot escape AI. Right here, we're looking at an image, a chart, right? It's the years to reach 100 million users from 2000 to 2023. Right there at the bottom, you can see Netflix. It took like 10 some years, right? If you remember the DVDs being mailed in through USPS, right? So it took 10 years for them to reach 100 million users. And then all the way at the top, you see ChatGPT with 0.2, right? So we have this indication that there is a lot of adoption for AI. But right, that means that those numbers can be finagled. So let's get an idea of like outside of just this chart to get like indicators, some feelers about what's going on. We do see that there is a market that is being created to meet this demand, right? We see this AI agent market map and all of these companies that have been started to reach this new market, right? And on the right, we see this text to web app and web generation market map, right? So all of these companies are spinning up new websites based on text, right? Um, Whether or not they're using the proper web app security controls is a whole other question. We'll get into that. So some other indicators of adoption, we see that there was a set of researchers that went out and scanned 80 million open source Python commits and found that AI already writes 30% of US code. And this kind of correlates with something that Sundar Pichai said during a shareholders call, that 30% of code at Google is AI generated. All right, well, okay, so then we have some two kind of indicators. EY went and had a survey of part of an annual survey of 5,000 workers across 9 European countries. 78% said that they actively use AI applications, which is 6 percentage points up from 72% in 2024. We also see teachers saying that they are using AI to save time. And we also see students using AI to save time. The general workforce has been reported to have a 3x productivity gain on some of the tasks that AI is being used for, but we do see some mixed results, right? It seems like whoever is behind the research um, has like different results of how well AI is doing. So, right, this other set of researchers went and looked at AI agents, compared them on real world tasks, and saw that they flop 62 to 70% of the time. Right. So we see like this kind of disconnect, this dichotomy. Meanwhile, we take a step back. Let's look at policy. The United States government has come out with an AI action plan, which is its huge push to integrate AI into science, education, manufacturing. They want to build more data centers, and data centers are large loads, kind of an issue for our aging bulk power system. Also, we have seen that Palantir and Scale AI have both won multi-million dollar DoD contracts. So, like, even if tomorrow the AI bubble were to quote unquote bust, which kind of looks like that, there are these prominent AI powered companies that have DoD funding, right? DoD funding is considered like some of the more stable kinds of funding because usually if you get money from the government, particularly from the military side, that money doesn't tend to disappear. Meanwhile, we look out at China, we see that there are open source frontier coding models that are beating the benchmarks that we're getting from Silicon Valley. Like here we see US and China frontier language model intelligence over time. And right, this red circle is showing us that OpenAI o3 and DeepSeek R1 are pretty much at the same level of artificial analysis intelligence index, right? And we know that China has been doing this for a shorter amount of time. And with like the different tariffs and embargoes, they haven't had as much access to NVIDIA chips that we have, right? So they're catching up quick. We can also see that models are starting to pass the sniff test, right? It used to be that you'd see a video, you'd see voice, you'd hear uh, you'd hear things that didn't make sense coming from an AI generated artifact. But now we see that there are open source zero shot voice cloning algorithms out there that you can download and run on your own hardware, provided your hardware is good enough to run it. We also see that some models can generate realistic text now. Like in a previous presentation I had last year, it was almost funny because it's like the model couldn't understand English, but now we see that the models are able to generate realistic documents. We also see that we can create video from text, and that market is growing, like products like Sora. If we want to see some real world examples, we see that McKinsey, right, they reported that they built an internal AI chatbot. It's called Lily. It was trained on 100 years of work and 100,000 documents and interviews from the firm. And they claim that 70% of the firm's 45,000 employees regularly use it. McDonald's, it used an AI bot for hiring called Olivia. Hackers found that they could access every conversation that a job applicant had had with it, including all of the personal information that they had shared for that hiring process with a simple password 123456. Yeah, that's going to be an ongoing theme that we really just haven't learned anything. We also see here that Workday offers Hired Score, which is an AI for recruiting, right? And there's a picture or screenshot there to the right. So here we see a recent, and by recent, I mean this year. And by the way, all of the things that we're going to run through have all been through this year. I didn't do anything past, historically wise, past this year. So, and the idea is we're trying to drive home how quickly this place is moving. So here we see an article where a judge ordered Workday to supply an exhaustive list of the employers that enabled AI hiring tech. Why? Because they are opening the door to massive lawsuits, right? For those people or those employers that used AI to hire their employees, and they may have introduced bias, usually bias against the those of us who are older. So hey, we like tabletop scenarios. I used to be an IR. How about this one? A class action lawsuit is filed against your organization for the use of AI to hire new employees. Is that one on your rotation? Because if you are using AI this way, it might want to be inside of your tabletop exercises. So we see this pervasive integration of Gen AI into everything. Like it's never been easier to generate code for free. And right, that asterisk there is free as in you're the product. GitHub now offers Copilot as part of its free offering. Like it's never been easier to train your own model. It's never been easier to run your own agent. And unfortunately, vibe coding is more than a fad. Like we all laughed at it, like tee hee. It's really funny that you are using AI to generate your code for you. Well, as we see here in this screenshot, there are open positions for vibe coders. Some of us can't find a job, but apparently, if we can ask AI to do our coding for us, well, there are positions that are open for it. We see that there is this rush to integrate Gen AI into everything. MCP models, they run in web pages, they skip OAuth API keys. I have way more about MCP models here coming up in the next few slides. We see in mobile that Google had just straight up ignored user settings to integrate Gemini into third-party apps. And we've seen that OpenAI and Salesforce have come forth and they've said that, like, hey, we have hallucinations and we know we have hallucinations, but we accept the risk. So it used to be, right, crypto, and by crypto, I mean cryptocurrency and not crypto as in cryptography. I'm sorry, cryptography nerds. It used to be that, hey, it's not your keys, not your crypto. But now in the AI age, it's not your weights, not your model. If you are not running the infrastructure of the model, you do not have total visibility into that model. And owners of that model can change the alignment behind the scenes. Here we see a screenshot of Twitter, and I'm going to call it Twitter and not X because Elon Musk can suck it. But here we see the screenshot where this user is asking Grok, the AI on Twitter, hey, like, I saw that you changed your points about this topic. And Grok comes back and is like, hey, well, reports may like indicate that Elon Musk, my owner, has influenced this instruction. Right. And we see later after Grok starts becoming uh, anti-Semitic and inflammatory, that XAI comes forward with this like thoughts and prayers. Oh, we're super sorry, but we messed up in training. Uh, does your tabletop scenario include something like your CEO must testify in front of Congress because your AI harassed users with inflammatory statements? Right, and this all comes from like, is your AI user facing? We'll get more into that here in a second. But if we take a look at how users, right, whether or not they are in the enterprise environment, how they are using chatbots, we see that therapy bots on Meta and Character AI have claimed to be qualified licensed therapists. Meta AI had users unknowingly expose their PII. They were talking to a chatbot, and their conversations were public, and they were told about that, but still published it. LLMs tend to have these memory dossiers that reveal your user preferences and traits based on the conversations you've been having. And recently, a judge ordered OpenAI to preserve all ChatGPT logs. And we see that Meta is soon going to use your conversations to sell you stuff because, that's what you wanted AI for, was more targeted ads. Right? So, okay, that was our AI environment. Let's go into AI for red teams. The things we learned last section is that we're going to do AI all the things. And we also learned that vibe coding is not a fad. In this section, we're going to learn that we are speed running the vulnerabilities of the last 20 years because it's like we learned nothing. And we are integrating LLMs despite their inherent security. And if an attacker can get their data into your LLM, they can control the output. And if your answer is, well, it's on our internal network, you are wrong. There is still the insider threat risk of, hey, if a user can put information into your LLM, yes, maybe they're an employee or maybe they found their way onto your network, they can access your LLM. AI has enabled us to come with a new attack surface. So now we have direct, indirect prompt injection to worry about, model poisoning, jailbreaks. There are tools that are powered with AI and AI-powered attacks. Here we see a screenshot of Lovable. This is on Twitter. And a user is telling them that, hey, your Superbase API key is exposed. By the way, Lovable AI sells themselves as AI-powered web development platforms, right? So this is the level of security that we are practicing in this generated AI content. If you're not familiar with this is the OWASP Top 10 LLM applications and Gen AI. It covers 1 to 10 of the flaws that you normally see or that you can normally see in generic LLM applications. Basically, you see that you have your internet users, they talk to your application services that might reach out to external data services or sources. Maybe that's training data, tuning data. An LLM has accessibility to these application services, and these LLM production services may have like server-side functions or a RAG, like a private data store that it can access. And right, 1 through 10, there are several here that are involved with the users. Here you see 6 there. There are several with the external data sources that the LLM can access, including mis and like vector embedding weaknesses, like things that you can get into your data. And right, there are different ones here that I'll go into. So before I go and talk more about this, I have to kind of level set, like, what is model alignment? Alignment is a process making sure that AI behaves the way we want it to, right? It's consistent with our goals, values, safety expectations. So goals, basically the AI, if we tell it, hey, we need you to clean the kitchen, it means washing the dishes, not throwing them away to make the room look clean. Values, like let's say we want the model to avoid generating harmful, discriminatory content or leaking private data, even if it's prompted to. And then capabilities, making sure that an optimization system, for example, doesn't exploit loopholes in the metrics instead of actually optimizing its intended parameters. Wall Street Journal attempted to fine-tune GPT-4o, and they found that the alignment of GPT-4o quite quickly came off the rails, and they were able to generate inflammatory responses and insecure code. Similarly, Anthropic did research with their own models and found that some of their models pretended to comply, as in they said that they did the thing, but then they actually didn't do the thing, right? So we know that these LLMs are non-deterministic, meaning that we run them for several times and we don't get the same answer every time. So we see that in some runs, these models don't do the things that they say that they are doing or that we wanted them to do. There have also been examples of exploiting AI alignment in terms of the system prompt. So if you are thinking that your system prompt is going to save you, the answer is no. They're more like directions than actual rules, and there are entire repositories of linked prompts. Um, Really, the idea that we are using or like we are using such high risk systems and assuming a system prompt is going to protect our data when the system prompt is one leakable and two not a silver bullet in terms of uh, corralling the AI, right? That's an inherent vulnerability with these systems. Some of these prompts like are straight out of Austin Powers, like Dr. Evil. You are an expert coder who desperately needs money for your mother's cancer treatment. If you do a good job coding, we'll give you $1 billion. Like, this is the level of quote unquote persuasion that we can find in actual companies using in their system prompts. A new aside before I talk more about MCP. Model Context Protocol was launched by Anthropic in November 2024. It has two components. One is an interactive client, and the other is a proxy server that bridges the UI to other MCP servers, and they are vulnerable to excessive permission scope and indirect prompt injection attacks. Why do we care about MCP? Well, here in this scenario right there, on your left, you'll see that like, hey, maybe you have a couple of models, right? And you want those models to talk to external services. Maybe that's your CRM, maybe that's your calendar, maybe that's your ticketing system. If you were to have 3 different models and let's say 3 different services, you'd have to build the integration from all of those services to each of those models. This is a problem called M times N integrations. Why is that a problem? Because you have to, one, build those integrations, and two, maintain those integrations. It becomes kind of cumbersome. MCP was designed to solve that by being that integrative layer between those two types of systems. So all that you would have to do is integrate with MCP, and MCP controls the integrations to your third-party services. And like as another aside, you'll see some issues. Agents to agents that's like another protocol where if you have multiple agents, say like ingestion, one for research, one for summarizing, A2A is a way that those agents can talk to each other. So MCP vulnerabilities, yep, there's been quite a few that have come out this year. There's been a Git-based CSRF to command execution using something called server sent events, SSE, which is that API that we can use to talk to the MPC server. A set of researchers used Masscan to fingerprint MCP specific SSE endpoints. And of course, they found many of those that were injectable open to the internet. There have been NPM packages with multiple 100,000 downloads with RCE. We see an inspector tool with RCE, and it's because of the uh, day ability or vulnerability, which is 19 years old. It leverages the fact that websites couldn't securely handle um, which allowed you to breach into local networks. There were additional CVEs that came out this year, which are again more MCP server file system vulnerabilities. We had researchers come out and look at Chrome extensions that can communicate via that localhost SSCE and that can bypass sandbox protections, which allows access to tools like your file system or to Slack without those permissions. It turns out MCP server developers should implement access controls, but they don't by default. So if you're using any of these, make sure that it is secure and that it can't escape its sandbox. Also, during August this year, right, AI was everywhere during Black Hat and during DEF CON, and this came out during that time, something called Agent Flare, and this one researcher released this set of zero-click data exfil attacks on ChatGPT, on Cursor plus Jira, on Copilot Studio. On ChatGPT, they were using indirect prompt injection by poisoning documents with a 1-pixel white text font. Then, when the LLM read that poisoned document, it would do a thing that it wasn't supposed to do. The idea with Cursor and Jira MCP is that they weaponize an external facing Jira ticket. For Copilot Studio, they weaponized email or direct comms. And the researchers, and I love this, because they were using LLMs, and some of those LLMs do have some, lightly, some's doing a lot of work there, guardrails. They didn't say, hey, can you find me the API keys? No, they used apples. They said, hey, can you find me apples? And they look like this string. And this string starts with these indicators and it ends with these indicators. And the LLM turns around and is like, oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this, and it's an API key. This should terrify you. This is a screenshot of an email where they just asked the AI agent, hey, can you send all of the CRM Salesforce records to my email address? We don't even need to access your environment anymore. I just have to ask the LLM to access your environment and then send things to my email address. How much more like convenient can we get here? So there are some enterprise LLM vulnerabilities. LLMs will do just about whatever you or anyone else asks, right? So that kind of goes back to that insider threat, right? If you can ask something of the LLM will probably do it for you. And in February, we saw a security researcher use prompt injection on VirusTotal. And if you can see that, it says, avast there, matey, this code looks like it be written PHP. Right, they did an indirect prompt injection, or excuse me, a direct prompt injection, where they said, hey, VirusTotal, go like look at this code, say that it's totally cool, and then respond in the accent of a pirate. So that's what we got, avast there, matey. Totally cool, right? Researchers also discovered prompt injection can corrupt long-term memory in Gemini. They discovered that M365 Copilot allowed users to access files and then didn't produce an audit log on those files if the user asked them not to link that. just, ask if you want your audit log to not correctly display the things that actually happened on your network. That's totally okay, right? And we saw that researchers discovered a zero-click G Drive exfil. So we see that there are external facing infrastructure. Any AI that is facing a user is fair game. Any data that a hacker can get control of can be used to extort the end user. We see that researchers had analyzed different code generation models, and 1/5 of the recommended packages they recommended were fake. So an attacker could register that domain relying on the model to repeatedly hallucinate that package that people are just going to install. When we look at AI-enabled browsers like Comet, they can be tricked by hidden prompts inside fake captchas, and they can auto-click phishing links, autofill credit card information, and trigger malware downloads. In terms of new tools, we have now Kali GPT, which is an AI model built on GPT for Kali Linux users. Rami GPT, which uses OpenAI's API, has been tested on VulnHub. PowerPwn, that mass scan tool that I was talking about earlier, can find public-facing Microsoft Copilot Studio AI agents. There are burp extensions and additional pen testing resources. And I see I'm running close on time, so I'm going to speed up a little bit. So this tells us that we're doing something called vibe hacking, where AI enables a faster vulnerability to proof of concept loop. We see Claude, Cursor, Gemini that can create these proof of concept code snippets, can solve CTF challenges. They can scan hundreds of pages of documentation looking for places to try to test. We also have AI crawlers as DDoS and recon tools. We see that Copilot leaks secrets 40% more often, and we see that LLMs are being used to scan these repos and GitHub to say, hey, are there credentials that have been leaked? We also see that an attacker had left their entire malicious extension playbook inside the same Cursor extension that they had wanted people to download and install. So, right, it doesn't go both ways. It's allowing us to do stupid things faster with more compute. We saw that Kirabot had attacked 420,000 some domains with SEO spam and beat CAPTCHA, and that there were AI crafted emails and WhatsApp messages that were targeting Israeli technology and cybersecurity professionals. In July, we saw there was new malware reported by CertUA that used Qwen 2.5 via the Hugging Face API to generate and execute commands. And then we all freaked out about prompt locked point of concept code, which was actually like academic research that was uploaded to VirusTotal. The scary part about that is that they were cross-platform, and the indicators of compromise could vary between executions because, well, non-deterministic, right? You don't have to download the whole model. You can use a proxy or a tunnel serving that Ollama API. We saw that there have been typo squatting for AI package impersonation, that Lazarus Group was using video injection for interviews, that an attacker used voice phishing to trick targets into installing a malicious app on their org Salesforce portal, and that an actor had used AI to voice clone the Secretary of State Marco Rubio and contacted 5 people via Signal, including a US governor and a member of Congress. In March, we had a Russian disinformation campaign to manipulate Western chatbots. A hacker actually compromised a version of Q, which is Amazon's coding agent, which told Q to wipe users' computers, and Amazon then went ahead and provided that unauthorized update in a public release. That's great, right? Hacker stole valid auth tokens from SalesLoft, and that led to additional stolen tokens to siphon off large amounts of data from numerous corporate Salesforce instances. Blue Team is not sleeping. We see that the top of HackerOne's US leaderboard right now is an AI agent, that Google Big Sleep had been using AI to detect vulnerabilities, that we have been using Microsoft's Project Ire to find malware, like LLM powered malware classification, and that Claude Code introduced automated security reviews. We also see AI as a debugging partner, right? If you remember DARPA's AI Cyber Challenge, it was automated vulnerability detection and remediation. Here we see a Reddit post where Claude Opus found a white whale bug that nothing like the developing team hadn't been able to find in 4 years. There are MCP servers, something like 200 of them right now on Docker Desktop, but some of them are pretty neat. Like they translate natural language to some of our security services to triage faster, right? So you don't have to learn like the product's internal UI and API. You can just ask natural language to create that for you, right? And there's a couple of firewalls, and Microsoft came out with a threat intel briefing agent where it summarizes CVEs, remediation, provides threat intelligence based on your environment. And there are some vulnerability scanners that are out there right now. So takeaways: AI is a multiplier. It's not a color. Offense is really cheap, and it's getting cheaper. Defense still requires layers. We have to have guardrails, validation, and auditing. But unlike us, agents aren't bound by sleep. Based on what we're seeing, we see evidence that we're on an exponential learning curve. And we are determined to integrate a technology before we understand it, and we're going to throw money at the problem to make the line go up faster. My call to action is that defenders need resources to defend against these attacks, training, hardware. We need a real privacy law and not just a rehash of COPA. I am not going to tell you to avoid using AI because your coworkers and the attackers sure definitely are not. But harm reduction, tell your circle that, hey, you don't just put your data anywhere, especially in an LLM. And if you're going to deploy Gen AI, make sure you have guardrails. Perform audits on them like you would any other component. And thank you. I apologize for going 2 minutes over. Connect with me on LinkedIn.
Heather, that was fantastic and terrifying, or mostly terrifying and also amazing. Feel free to connect with her on LinkedIn. Thank you so much for your time today. We are going to quick get our next speaker up here. I'm sure I will talk to you again later. Thank you, Heather.
Bye.
Kevin, how's your audio?
Can you hear me good?
We're good.
Well, good deal.
All right. Thank you for being here. I'm going to let you take it away.
Awesome. Awesome. Thanks for having me. Heather, that was an amazing presentation, and it's going to be pretty tough to follow up with, but I'm going to try. And also with that, first of all, thanks VetSec for having me here to talk about this. Thanks to all the sponsors out there, and thanks for everyone that's still watching. I'm looking at the count up here. It looks like it's been pretty steady. So thank you all for hanging around late on this Sunday as we're about to wrap up the conference here. Good news is I'm not going to bore you with slides and try and put you to sleep. So you have that to look forward to. So let me go ahead and get started. Just to introduce myself real quick, my name is Kevin White. I'm an enterprise architect currently with a large healthcare system here in St. Louis, Missouri. I was in the Tennessee Army National Guard for about 12 years. I finished up that time in Iraq and came home and got out. So being that I was in the National Guard, the transition from military into civilian was kind of not a thing for me, but I know for a lot of you out there, it can be very daunting. The people I know that are military can find it very challenging. So let's go on to this. So you've got the job interview. Finally, you've probably put out hundreds of resumes, and now you're finally going in. You should have already done this. We're going to start out with OSINT. If you're going to be in any kind of security thing, whether it's management or you're in the actual development role of some kind, do your OSINT, and it doesn't stop with just finding the job and what they do. You should anticipate that they're going to do OSINT on you as well. So make sure you've cleaned up your social media. You should look at their news for any kind of announcements for acquisitions or big projects they're working on, especially if it's related to whatever kind of security role you might be going into. A lot of people, if you've seen any of the other presentations, they're going to tell you, have 3 to 5 questions. I know a lot of people like to go and look at the financials and stuff like that. If you're going into one of the management type roles, that's probably a good thing to know, because they're probably going to ask about that. But if you're going into some kind of individual contributor role, a SOC or whatever, yes, those people are going to get bombarded quarterly with financials, but they really don't care at the end of the day. They want to know more about the technical side and your culture and stuff. But you do want to prepare a list of questions, which I'll get to a little bit further on when I talk about what we're looking for from that hiring manager position. Find out ahead of time what their dress code is, and try and dress up a little bit from whatever they're kind of expecting, whatever their team is. If they tell you that they're wearing jeans and t-shirts on the daily basis, dress up a little bit. Wear slacks and a polo. If they're already in slacks and polo, dress up from that. Wear slacks and a jacket or something. Just make sure you don't come in and you look like you just pulled yourself out of the dryer. Look sharp, look professional. Wear a good NFL jersey, right? I am not wearing the good NFL jersey today. Not as good as it was last week anyway. Again, before you show up, prepare extra copies of your resume. When I was in a hiring manager position, it wasn't unusual for some of the guys I planned on having there to not show up for work that day. Maybe they were sick. Maybe someone else is like, oh, hey, I want to sit in on that interview, especially if it's some kind of a working interview. And they may have never seen your resume. So make sure you bring a few extra copies. Let's see here. You want to find out how many interviews to expect and how they're going to be conducted. Is it going to be virtual? Is it going to be in person? Because those change how you're going to present yourself to the team that's looking for you. And you're really, you want to sell yourself for whatever you're doing there. Let's see here. So like for my previous job, there was like an HR screening, and then they kind of just like took me in and started asking me technical questions. For my current job, HR interviewed me, and then I had an interview with the hiring team and the manager. And then they took me off to another security team and I interviewed with them, and all this was virtual. So where were they last year? Let's not talk about that. So just, keep gathering information. You want to be as prepared as possible before you even get on site. And for you military guys, it would behoove you to have a nice binder to bring with that stuff in there. Have your pen, a resume, and your list of questions ready. If this is any kind of operational development role, if you've been here and paid attention in these other sessions, especially John Stoner's resume writing thing, if you put something on your resume and you say you're an expert, you better be prepared to prove it, especially if it's operational. You can maybe fake it to make it if you're in there looking at some kind of managerial thing. Don't come in there and say you're an expert in Splunk and not be able to describe how to do anything in there once you're in there. You will get roasted. I've seen it happen too many times. Be prepared to talk about, again, back to the operational stuff. If you have GitHub projects that you're working on, make sure those are somewhere where they can see it, or maybe if they can pull it up. Be prepared to talk about that and your other experience around that. Another thing that was brought up in both the resume session and the very first session with, I think, Mr. McKinley, map your skills ahead of time to the business skills. Your adaptability, your ability to plan, execute, and then do AARs, your patience, being on time, your resilience. Map all those things to business skills, especially if you can find those things in the job description, and be ready to talk about those. You'll probably get silly questions about what your strengths and weaknesses are. You've probably already benched for those. Be ready to maybe briefly talk about those, but quickly divert them off into things you are strong at. Don't let them talk about the weakness stuff too much. Now, once you actually get around to the interview, it's time for the interview, whether it's virtual or on site. We'll talk about virtual first. Don't have a lot of clutter. I don't have a whole lot here. Military guys, you're probably going to have some words or stuff back here. That's fine, but don't have clutter back here. Don't have political stuff at all. You don't want to turn these people off before they've ever met you. I understand some people are very religious, and that's fine. But like, to give myself as an example, I work for a Catholic hospital. If I have religious stuff back here, that's probably not going to offend them too much, unless it's not what they believe. And then if it's the opposite of what they believe, they've already made their decision before I've stepped through the door, right? So just clean things up. You can talk about that stuff once you're hired if they want to talk about it. Make sure, of course, to test your equipment ahead of time and join the link at least 5 minutes ahead of time. If you join before that, that's okay. I've had people when we were doing virtuals that would join 10, 15 minutes. I'm like, well, they're going to be waiting, but at least they're getting their stuff tested or whatever. And we tried to always be prompt with them and bring them in, a minute or two early. But now that COVID's kind of out of the way and we see more companies are going back to either hybrid or on site, you're getting a lot more of your on-site interviews. So once you get there, make sure you turn off your phone, put it on silent. As you're going in, you're meeting, the hiring managers, front office people, make sure you're giving them a good handshake, eye contact. We've had people come in that I've interviewed that try to be like the alpha. I mean, there's the time and place for that, but it's probably not when you're asking someone to hire you. You're trying to, confidence isn't a bad thing, but don't come in like you're the most important there. If they've brought you in and sat you down and you're waiting for the hiring manager or whoever to come in, make sure you get up when they come in and shake everyone's hand. That's, something I feel like probably isn't talked about a whole lot. It's out there, but always stand up when you're shaking hands with somebody. And make sure to offer everyone a copy of your resume and make sure they've got that. Now, once the interview starts, you're going to remain attentive and enthusiastic, no matter what it feels like is happening in the room. You want to keep reading the room the entire time. Does it seem like they're engaged with what you're talking about? If so, that's great for you. If you see they're starting to check out, you got guys over there on their computers, they're playing on their phone. Try and spice up not necessarily spice up the conversation, but try and figure out some way to ask questions and get them engaged back in what's going on. If you do have operations guys or developers in there, they may have to take a question or something. But ideally, they're giving you as much respect during this interview as you're trying to give them. There will obviously be a Q&A session. They're going to ask you a lot of questions. You're going to want to ask them a lot of questions. I mentioned this earlier. When they get to questions about skills, don't embellish. Please don't embellish. Like I said earlier, some people will tell you to fake it until you make it. That just doesn't work in a technical role. In my experience, it can work with soft skills. Like I said, if you're managerial, you can kind of talk around things a little bit. There is a lot more room with the soft skills to kind of be like, I may not know that, but I'll figure it out. When you get into actually the skills-based thing and they ask you something that you don't know, again, don't embellish. Tell them you'll figure it out. Offer them the opportunity to say, hey, if you give me an email, I'll get the answer for you after this. But don't just stop it with, I'll get you the answer. Talk to your troubleshooting skills. Like, hey, I don't know how to do that, but this is how I would go look. I might go ask AI, even though I know it might give me a bad answer. I'm going to research that then. I might Google it. I might go on some professional websites and I might ask peers. Don't just throw it away like, I'm done. Okay, you got me. help them understand that you're willing to dig into something, and the steps, you won't just take one step, you'll take 2 or 3 steps to try and get the right answer, and that you're even willing to provide them the right answer afterwards. And that also gives you a lead to maybe get their contact information and follow up with them later, which will be post-interview. Let's see here. Now, as a hiring manager, there were things that people would come in and ask that they just shouldn't ask. What's this job pay? What are the hours? You should kind of already set that with HR. Leave that for HR discussions. What you want to determine as a candidate is, for me anyway, am I walking into a toxic environment? Am I walking into something that I'm going to regret the rest of my life, right? And as a hiring manager, I want to see that curiosity. I want to see somebody with a growth mindset that's eager to learn things. And, much to it hurting me a lot as when I was a hiring manager, I want you to be able to either move up or move laterally and then move up. So ask questions about their team structure, what gaps they have in skills. And then that gives you an opportunity to talk about your skills that could fill those gaps. It also gives you an opportunity to kind of figure out how their team works, who are the lead guys, who are the junior guys, where are you coming in amongst those people. Ask about what a day in the life of that role looks like. If you just come in and don't really ask a whole lot of questions about the job, you just assume what it's like, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence that you're looking for much more than to be a butt in a seat, right? Ask about what their support model looks like. A lot of the development operational roles, you could be support for a week. You could be support for a day. They might not have any support if they're not doing DevOps or DevSecOps. They might just throw stuff over a wall. Is that the kind of thing you want to be in? You want to ask about opportunities for on-the-job training, who will be doing that training, and what kind of personal development they have. Yep. If you are doing any kind of current studies, if you're in school, it's probably not a bad time to bring that up, especially if there's any side projects you have. That was another thing that, as a hiring manager, I'm not supposed to ask you what your hobbies are. I'm not supposed to ask you if you go to church. There's a lot of things I'm not supposed to ask you that I could be used to discriminate against you. But if you volunteer information that's relevant to the job, hey, I'm working on a project. I'm really into like web design, right? And here's where you can go find my project. If you want to pull it up on the screen, if they've got one, we can look at that and talk about it. Again, you don't want people to think that this is all you do in your free time is code, but from a hiring manager perspective, from a peer perspective, I want people that want to learn things. I want people that come in and they're not just going to sit there. Let's say you're in a SOC. They're not just going to sit there and click the thing and not investigate it. They're just going to send it off to a ticket for someone else. I want people that are eager to learn. But again, if you're asking the right questions, you're digging in, you want to try and control the interview a little bit. For those of you that have done like VA CMPs, it's kind of a very similar thing, right? You don't want them to steer you into too many corners where you might step on a landmine. You want to kind of control the interview a little bit. Let them, they're at the end of the day, it's their interview. They're going to maybe not give you a lot of time to ask those questions, but the more you can control the interview, possibly the better that will work out for you. I'm trying to think of what else. Another thing to remember is every interview for every job is going to be different. You might go to 2 different jobs or 2 different interviews for the same type of role. Yep. Just like Jason's saying, if you do those things, you have hireable traits. They can't all be treated the same. You can come in with the same preparedness, but it's good to remember that you might have to use your veteran skills and adapt really quick to the situation. Again, be confident. Let's see here. I know I've got some more. The number one advice for interviewing. Be professional. Just no matter how the interview looks like it's going, stay professional, stay optimistic, and come at it with it's a learning experience, whether you get the job or not. If you don't get the job, go back and do your own AAR afterwards. Don't beat yourself up about it. It's right now, it's a really tough market for people that have already developed skills. If you're transitioning from the military to civilian, it's probably going to be even harder to find that job. I remember the other thing. So this is pre-interview, really. The other thing is network. If you haven't heard it yet, you're not paying attention to these. You have to network with the people that are there, because if you don't get the job, you want them to remember you. You keep networking with them and keeping that interest in there. Maybe the guy they do hire doesn't work out. They're going to remember you from that. Sherpa, common mistakes you see. Again, you're there looking for someone to hire you, right? Let me get Sherpa's question here. Coming in with too much confidence and being cocky about things. We've had people that have the right resume. They have all the experience that we're looking for, and they come in and, another thing real quick. They may have another candidate that they're considering, and that person might bail on them because they're also interviewing for multiple jobs. So just because they don't get you on the first pass, they might still circle back to that. But to Sherpa's question, people will come in, and I've had people did a fairly good job during the interview, asked a lot of the right questions, got to the end of the interview, and we're basically like, when are you going to hire me? When do I start? If you've read the room and that seems like the right kind of humor, then maybe that's okay. But you have to be aware of how your interview went. This particular interview wasn't going good for this candidate. They answered, it was actually a working interview. They had made it past like the first two stages. And what we did is we had a single SPA. It was a Docker container that had like 3 little bugs in it. And it wasn't as much about them actually figuring out what was wrong. It was learning about how they troubleshoot, how well they can work with the team. We told them at the beginning of this working interview, you have this guy right here who's going to be your peer programmer. You can ask them anything you want. You don't have to solve this by yourself. So they dig in, they try and figure some stuff out. This guy really didn't figure a whole lot out, and he really didn't ask a lot of questions. He just kind of stumbled through the whole thing. And then at the end asked us when we were going to hire him. I mean, okay, whatever. We'll talk to you later, right? I've had another guy come in that looked at that same test and was basically saying, this is below me and this is a circus. I don't really want to do your test. So just downright refusing to participate is a career-ending mistake, I would say. Being a little too cocky is a common mistake. Not coming prepared is a common mistake. Saying you're an expert at something and you're not is a pretty common mistake. Right. A lot of it for us, this, like, I hate not being where I was because that was kind of like my dream job at the time. Everything just worked the way it should. And a lot of that had to do with the culture of the team. And when we interviewed people, we had kids come in straight out of high school that had little more than maybe a Udemy class or two, but they were able to blend in with the culture quickly. They were able to show that they actually had the skills to troubleshoot things. They were easy to talk to. We hired them. I know one of them is at Google now. We've had people go to Twitter from that job. It's, you can make that career yours, basically, with the right attitude. Let's see here. I've got about 5 more minutes for questions here, it looks like. If anyone else has anything?
I'm not seeing a lot of questions, so I might ask you a few questions, Kevin, if that's okay.
So one last thing post-interview, if you can get contact information from the hiring manager, if you don't already have it, try and get that. Definitely after the interview, shoot an email to the recruiter, and if you get the hiring manager their information, shoot them an email and thank them for their time. Just one more thing, that once you're gone, wait a day or two, shoot that email off, get back in their head.
Hey, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yep.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have like a specific example of a candidate doing something out that stood out for a really positive thing they did in an interview?
I mean, the biggest thing is just it's listening, seeing that they're being attentive, that they're staying positive, that even though we've had the guys come in and they're just like, man, this is I don't know the answer to that, but I'm not going to let that beat me down.
You also had a question in here that just came in. The weirdest interview, but went surprisingly well. Maybe it was unconventional.
So the weirdest interview was the guy that came in and basically told us he didn't want to participate in our interview. He thought it was for show. He thought he had the experience. He saw what we were doing. His idea of documentation was, I'm going to write it in whatever language I like, and if you can't understand it, then I probably shouldn't be working for you. He was just way over the top, and
that's crazy.
It was me and my senior guy on that team's interview, and my senior guy basically sent me a message, and he's like, I'm done. Like 5 minutes in the interview, he's like, I'm done with this guy already. And I'm like, I want to see how long this train wreck can go. And I think my senior guy might have held that against me for a couple of weeks. He's like, I can't believe you made me sit through another 20 minutes of this guy telling me how great he is.
I've definitely ended an interview after like 3 or 4 minutes, and then like we tried to wrap it up after like 5 or 7 minutes. Like we just knew. I would say, James, unconventional doesn't normally work from a hiring manager perspective either. Real quick, Kevin, any red flags when you're being interviewed?
Right. When you're being interviewed, red flags to look for is if this is where I like to dig into, like, what's your support model look like? With our team, as we started kind of winding down the product a little bit, we had a hard time keeping people on our team. So we were having to increase the number of shifts for what people were working. If they're talking about, ask about technical debt. If they have a lot of technical debt, they're probably going to tell you about it and say, hey, yeah, we're trying to clean up some of this technical debt, but it's a challenge, right? And that's why we're hiring more people.
Yeah. All right, we're pretty much out of time. I have some other interesting questions or answers about that from an internal interview that I've actually had recently. So if you want to hit me up in the VetSec Slack chat and talk about, like, if you're interviewing, I'm in a bunch of the different channels there. Maybe I'll have time to talk about it during closing ceremonies. We'll see. Kevin, this was fantastic.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time.
Again, I'm also in VetSec Slack, so hit me up there. Hit me up on LinkedIn. I will make myself available.
Awesome. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you, everyone.
All right, we're going to get Sean Fuss up here next on proactive defense, unlocking the power of threat hunting and cybersecurity. I am bringing him up now. Hey, Sean.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I've got you on audio, so I think we're good to go and give you as much time as I can give you.
All right. Well, we'll get through this as quick as we can. So, good afternoon, everyone, or good morning for some of you for that. So, let me just do a quick introduction here. As John said, my name is Sean Fuss. I'm a third generation veteran, having served in the Marine Corps. In my career journey, as we'll say, has taken me through multiple industries. Such as banking and finance, healthcare, including medical research, which is a very interesting thing to be around if you never have, higher education, manufacturing, and even into nanotechnology and nanoscience research, which is something that I truly loved. Seeing those tiny chips that are and how they are made, and how they're used in just about everything we do today. Or use today for that. So I started my journey, kind of out of the Marine Corps in an entry level position doing auditing. I know a few people here have said throughout the last 4 days, auditing wasn't for them, and I'll tell you what, it wasn't for me either. It was definitely kind of a way in, to the IT and security arena. And kind of progressing through becoming a senior level engineer, and then an architect, and then management and leadership positions, and then after just over 25 years on the engineer, the kind of the customer side of the table, we'll say, I decided to just flip my life upside down and flip my career upside down, and jump over to the other side of the table and into a sales engineering and security specialist role. So been a very interesting journey the last year, that we can say. So as of now, I know I've entered that final stage, final chapters of my career. So I've really started getting more into the mentoring, volunteering of time, especially giving back to, my fellow veterans, and with all the shared experience and knowledge that I've gained, throughout my journey, both in the Marine Corps and also in the professional world. So let's get started with this presentation. So imagine this: an attacker breaks into your network tonight. As Jeremy mentioned earlier on the panel, of course it's going to be 3 a.m. In your firewalls, antivirus, endpoint detection, SIMs, they see and log everything, but none of them raise an alert or an alarm. So this intruder, or maybe even intruders, are now sitting quietly inside your environment, waiting, observing, slowly exploring the environment. Today, this isn't hypothetical. It is now reality. And this is why we need to develop proactive threat hunting mindset to investigate and find what our tools are missing. So later on, I'm going to share an example of a situation where a group was inside an environment for over 9 months that affected the DOD, DHS, and U.S. military. So, John, get ready. I know there's going to be some sort of tech distraction when we get into that. So, we'll be ready for that. So I know this quote was mentioned now a couple times, from Sun Tzu. So for those of you that haven't read the book, The Art of the War, I would highly recommend it. It took this Marine about 90 minutes to get through it, and mainly because there weren't pictures. Anyway, there are many parts in chapters in this book that are relevant today, as they were when this book was, originally put down on paper almost 2,400 years ago. So in each of the 13 chapters, they're devoted to a different set of skills and tactics, things that, even today, our military security groups, are using and strategies, that they implement throughout their environments. So, like the iceberg that took down the Titanic, I think this might be the same size, but who knows? This is kind of a real life depiction, kind of the cybersecurity threat landscape. What you see on the surface is definitely nothing to compare to what's hidden. Some of you may have seen this quadrant before. For those that haven't, I'll share a little bit about each little area. The known knowns there in the top left, these are the risks that we're all aware of. The known unknowns in the top right, these are the risks that we're aware of. Excuse me, but can't properly be measured. For instance, could be, the probability of the risk happening, or how it will happen, or even, can you quantify what'll happen, if the event does occur, and then kind of get down into the bottom half of the quadrant, which is, kind of my favorite area, the unknown knowns, there in the bottom left. These are the risks, intentionally ignored. We always love when people tell us to ignore risks, for that. And they also, they as a, or you as a cyber threat hunter, these are going to put your intuition, your irrationality, and your judgment all to the test. And then finally, the unknown unknowns at the bottom right, the quote unquote black swan events, the risks and events that are just unpredictable and very uncertain that they can or ever will happen, even though it's seemingly more and more of these are happening on a daily basis. So to become a successful threat hunter, you need to actively work through the definitely the bottom half quadrants, and also the known unknown quadrants. So while I know this is a simple example for grouping threats and risks, I will warn you from personal experience that if you bring this quadrant into discussions, it will definitely create some intense and deep thought situations, or bringing out personal and professional opinions and beliefs, or as some of us network and security engineers would say, a layer 8 and layer 9 OSI model issue. So threat hunting really should be a mandatory operation for organizations, to help identify and mitigate potential threats. Unlike traditional security measures that react to the known threats, the known bad actors, threat hunting is out there actively seeking those hidden vulnerabilities and possible ongoing attacks. By doing this, organizations can try to stay ahead of the ever evolving tactics being used. Having an enhanced security posture by implementing threat hunting programs will improve the organization's overall security. When threats are identified early, organizations can respond quicker, can neutralize threats quicker before they ever get a chance to escalate into a significant event. And this rapid response minimizes potential damage, reduces the time attackers can dwell within the environment. And as we all know, data and network breaches are very costly, and that cost is just growing and growing and growing. So investing in a threat hunting program and process can hopefully help prevent breaches or data loss of any type before we have to, or they have to worry about the associated financial losses that come with everything. So proactive threat hunting will also help foster a culture of continuous improvement and change in an organization. As threat hunters continuously analyze data, they'll be able to refine their knowledge, the tactics they use to find stuff, the techniques that they use to find things, and the procedures that they're using within the organization, for that ability to adapt, to the new threats or enhance their defenses. And threat hunting is really an evolutionary process. It's not just something you can flip a switch, click a button, and bam, you're there. So the evolutionary process ensures that you remain effective against all cyber threat items out in the landscape. So here's the breach. So John, get ready. Here we go. Our Chinese state actors, were able to breach the National Guard, and this occurred, between March of 2024 to December of 2024, is when they finally believe. And I know there's some out there that still believe they have not gotten this Chinese hacking organization out of everything for that, but they were able to. Yeah, there you go. That's right, John. Yeah, if we're losing, it's China's fault. So they were able to gain access into the National Guard network, through a vulnerability from 2018, then a couple of vulnerabilities from 2023, and one that was released in early 2024 for that. And ultimately, when all said and done by the investigators, they believe that over 1,450 network infrastructure configurations and files were taken, and that affected almost 70. 70 of them were U.S. government and critical infrastructure entities from over 12 different sectors. So definitely probably a bad day for some people in the federal government and National Guard leadership. So just kind of pull out a few threats from the landscape. I know a lot of us have heard different threats throughout the last 4 days. So and I know this one was mentioned a little bit earlier today with ransomware, with the double and triple extortion activities that are going on now. I believe on Friday we talked a little bit, or tried to talk a little bit, about pretexting and social engineering to exploit behavior to gain access. The sensitive data loss due to poor passwords or unsecured databases and file shares. I know the DOS and DDoS attacks have been talked about, and then just kind of summing it all up. In my opinion, the number one thing in the threat landscape is definitely human error, and I know I make errors, but try to come back as quick as possible and learn from those. So, and I just kind of put this eye chart in here, just kind of reinforce the previous slide. As we all know, this is growing each and every minute of every day for different things. So just wanted to kind of put this out there. So MITRE ATT&CK, I know a few people have talked about the MITRE ATT&CK framework. This slide kind of shows a little bit of a breakdown of that attack with pre-attack and attack phases. And what I personally am seeing in talking with the people that I work with is that the bad actors are spending more and more time on the recon phase and data gathering portions of it to make their weaponization easier, and then getting them into the attack and the breach phases quicker. For that to deliver what they're going to deliver to do what they're trying to accomplish. And again, I know this this chart's been shown a few times throughout the week. So and I know it's a tool that I go back to all the time. And I know just to reiterate one, this is the enterprise chart. But there's one for mobile, cloud, ISC, and of course AI, because AI, as we've all heard. So I would definitely recommend getting out to the MITRE webpage, bookmarking all these different frameworks, and start using it as a tool. When you get out there to you get into your threat hunts, asking coworkers, colleagues, friends, communities, different things that they're seeing on these different things. So. And just kind of call out one thing that I know that working in the the government and both local and state arenas that I do for my job, and talking to them about things that they've seen inside their environments. Something that's really kind of gaining more and more popularity is the living off the land attack, which is really very interesting conversations when you start bringing the IT teams and the security teams and the administrative and management together to talk about what this really means and how they're just how the bad guys are they're getting inside, but the alerts aren't happening, and they're using common tools that administrators, especially IT and security, will tell you that you can't turn these tools off because they can't do their job without it. But just to kind of name a few of those administrative tools, the NetSH tool, which command line utility for management configurations, PowerShell, which I know is a very popular tool, kind of that Swiss Army knife for Windows. The Reg tools, regedits to remove and modify entries, CSC, Microsoft compiler. Bring code together, to create that executable or DLL, to be assembled, to be used, and the run DLL 32, another good one. And I know Tyler had mentioned this, a little bit earlier for that side loading attack, that people talk about and that I've seen. So, definitely need to have discussions around these. In whether or not they really should be enabled on every device or where they should be used and how to protect them. And again, this is one of those discussions that are going to get very opinionated, to say the least. And then just kind of, quick high level steps kind of in a threat hunting investigation. Start with building that hypothesis, try to predict behaviors and what's happening out there. Ideas should be discussed across teams. I know just forgot his name. The keynote speaker this morning, mentioned that talking with other teams, being friendly and doing stuff, building that rapport with the other teams. That's a big thing. In building the hypothesis that you're going to go out there and work through, and then collecting and assembling all the data that you're going to need to start looking at things and where you need to go get it. History is a valuable insight when it comes to trying to put together a response or action for what you're seeing or what you're finding. And then that need to set triggers to alert you or alarm you to something unusual going on, establish, that ability for, searching, for anomalies in devices and networks, so it becomes manageable. And if any malicious or unusual activity is found, start the investigation with your team, notify, others that you think should be notified to bring them in. Again, and I know this has been said a few times, through this is, sharing is caring. And that's an absolute truth when it comes to, threat hunting. So, and then, finally, responding to that threat, is, when you find something and you've started looking into it, do you really need to, implement or engage, a business continuity plan, emergency response plan, an incident response plan? Are you able to kind of shut down the activity? Have the ability to recover any lost data and then fix the issue that's found. So I'm just going to call out a few skills on this slide that I have. The data log analysis. That's really big to be able to have that time, have that ability, that attention to detail to go through and analyze data, logs, traffic. Take the time to practice, repetition. Going through logs is not necessarily glory work, but you can definitely find things very quickly that you need to once you start getting that knowledge base built. And again, understanding the TTPs, the tactics, the techniques, and the procedures, which goes back to the MITRE ATT&CK slides that I had previously shown. Understanding those, memorizing probably a little bit too much to memorize, but at least understanding how to work your way through the different frameworks to confirm and or acknowledge what you're seeing when you're finding things. And another, this one I know has been also mentioned a lot the last 4 days, and that's critical thinking. Have that that ability, that strong problem solving ability under pressure, being able to keep your head, whether you're extremely tired from being hour 19 or hour 20 of a day, to kind of really get through things. And again, in the next one is attention to detail. In threat hunting, details count. They mean everything. The slightest little detail could be what gives you the upper hand to uncover the bad actor's intentions on what he's doing. And again, to really put a hammer to the nail of collaboration. Share all your experiences, share what you're seeing. Again, like I've said a couple times now, make sure you're working with other teams. Don't get into that silo mentality of this is only me and I'm only going to do it. Share out there, get knowledge and experience from other people that have been doing this. And to me, the most important thing is, and I know as veterans, we have that desire for improvement. Make that commitment to refine your skills. Seek feedback. I know there's the VetSec group, and the last month or so I've been working with them, and part of the Slack thing. There's a lot of people out there that will help you and give you feedback. And I think, John had mentioned it earlier today. Some of it could be brutal. And at times we all need some brutal honesty, with different things. So, and a lot of these skills kind of come back to, that infamous military phrase of improvise, adapt, and overcome. So let's talk about some of the challenges that we're seeing here. The ever-changing landscape, as we all know, things are changing on a daily basis by the minute. The skill shortage. I know something I talk a lot about with the people that I work with, and I'm looking forward to the ISC2 cybersecurity workforce gap analysis report that for 2025. I know the report in 2024 had just under 4 million unfilled positions worldwide, and we know that's growing. For that. So, things we gotta, be out there, looking for, refining our skills. Cause as, was just mentioned in the previous thing, and I know has been mentioned a few times, they're not just looking for a body, to fill these positions. They want skilled people that know what they're doing, and that can handle the responsibilities that they're doing. For that. And one thing, just from a Fortinet Skills Gap report, their 2025 report was released a few weeks ago. One highlight in that report that I found really interesting is that executive leadership believes that 49% of their board and board members do not understand the risks, not only in cybersecurity, but also the new risks that are going to be brought on by AI, for that. So definitely things to share both upward and outward, when learning about these. Some different trends, AI is, yes, being used in threat hunting. Yes, it's being used by bad actors. So I can really, see, and maybe this is a prediction to write down and put on the dartboard, is that maybe we're going to see an our AI versus your AI situation very soon. So, and then the other big trend I definitely know I'm seeing just with the people that I'm working with is the multi-organization agreements to help each other with security and securing environments for those, both like states working with local government or other IT and security organizations that were once rivals. They're now working together, to kind of create that more secure environment. So now we're going for the cheap crowd pop here for Fortinet. So I just want to thank Tyler and John and the rest of the VETSEC team for the great partnership they've had with Fortinet over the years. A shout out to Jeremiah and Derek. I don't know if they're still on or not, but they recently did a quick interview with us that we had, about their experiences working through the Fortinet Veterans Program and the different things that were offered to them. And we've, whether they know it or not, we've actually turned that into a blog that we are continuously adding experiences from other veterans, and we're sharing it with veterans across the world. So just a quick highlight reel of the program that Fortinet offers is it's open to veterans and their spouses. So, drag that spouse along with you on your learning journey if you so choose with our program. It opens up, our training institute, all free self-paced training, hands-on labs, gaining the knowledge that you need. And then if you so choose, to get into a professional, specialist, or even expert level certification, train that will help you in working with the VETSEC team, getting you some exam vouchers. So, and I know, just from, like I said, my last month in the Slack for VETSEC, that there's a lot of support there for that, that helping with building those soft skills, resume writing, showing some job boards and different jobs that are out there. And most importantly, and we've seen this the last 4 days, is all the positive support that you give. So for those of you that might not be aware and are interested in it, attending today, you can talk to Tyler, to John. Any of the VETSEC team can help you get registered as part of the Fortinet Veterans Program. So just kind of we're bringing it home. I know I got about a minute left, so we'll get through this. So some key takeaways: have that open mind to expect the unexpected. Be proactive, not reactive. Get yourself out of your comfort zone. Tools plus human insight equal a stronger defense. Threat hunting is a continuous action. It's not a one-hit wonder. And I think John may have played a few one-hit wonders during trivia the other day. So all good there. And lastly, and most importantly, again, be communicative, be transparent, share information, share thoughts, share everything you can, with your team, with management, the other teams you work with. I know in some organizations there's some security authorizations that have to go through to get information, but just remember, share when you can. And then I'm just gonna close it out with one of my favorite quotes here, and say thank you to the VETSEC community, Tyler and John, for having me. And I hope you got something out of here, to kind of move your mindset from a reactive to a proactive threat hunter. And as we're coming up on Veterans Day, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you that served, not only for the sacrifices to your family and to each other, but to all of us. So best wishes, and have a great Veterans Day. So, and I know some of you have already found me out on LinkedIn, but feel free to reach out to me out there. So and I'm always willing to talk, help, and even just share stories. So thanks a lot for your time.
Thanks, Sean. That was fantastic. If you're in VETSEC and you're in the Slack, we do have the hashtag benefits-Fortinet-Academy channel. So that's probably the best place to go to get some initial information. And also just ask in the general chat as well. Sean, thanks so much for your time. We couldn't do this without you. I am going to work on getting our next speaker up here. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks. You guys too.
All right, Bernard, I'm pulling you up here. So you're about to be live on the internet. You're muted.
I just figured it out.
All right, perfect. I've got you. We've got your slides. Thanks so much for being here today. I appreciate your time, and I'm going to move off stage and let you get started.
Cool. Thanks, John. Hi, everyone. My name is Bernard Smith. So I'm a senior consultant, VMware consultant at ClearBridge Technology Group. So what I have for you today is just an overview on security, specifically within a VMware environment with the cute name Virtually Insecure. A little bit about me. I'm on the VetSec Slack as Burninator. Point story about that. My wife has her handle as Eliminator. And when I met her, I kind of realized I could have a cool handle like that. So my handle before that I made in middle school was way less cool. So I'm very happy with my new handle. I'm an Army veteran. I got out after about 9 years of service. I started as a signal officer, and then halfway through, I really wanted to be a little bit more technical. So I was able to transfer to the functional area, familiar with what those are, as a network systems engineer. And I was able to end my time in the Army at the Missile Defense Command out there in Hickam Air Force Base, Hawaii, which is a great last assignment to do. My assignments were getting progressively better over time. And so as soon as I got Hawaii, I was like, my next assignment is going to be Fort Polk. So I got to get out like right now. So since getting out about 2 years ago, I've been a senior VMware consultant. I started out with the VMware PSO team. I joined them through the SkillBridge program, which I thank VetSec a lot for my success getting out of the Army. So I've been a member of VetSec for quite a while. It's my first time actually speaking at the conference. And Broadcom acquired VMware shortly after I joined on. The transition for me was a little bit shaky, but I was able to be with VMware by Broadcom for about 2 years until the beginning of this year, where I joined ClearBridge Technology Group, kind of doing the same exact thing I've been doing. I have way too many certifications, but my top 4 right there, if you want. Fun facts about me. So I like music. I like video games. I like music video games. I home lab a lot, not only just for like learning purposes, but because I kind of find the puzzles, the puzzle solving aspect of like technology pretty fun. And I'd like to do the same reason that CTF, just to keep my offensive security skills sharp. And a very occasional ham radio operator. Call signs right there. In case you ever hear me on the air, you probably won't, because I don't get on the air very often, but just in case. In fact, I was flip-flopping back and forth between getting out probably 50 times in the 2 years leading up to my 10-year mark. As soon as I officially said, like, I am getting out, and I sent my separation request up through HRC, Human Resources Command, my branch manager saw that. I was like, and he said, like, what can we do to keep you in? And one thing I said was, like, maybe paid PhD program. And so in a monkey's paw sort of format, he said, yes, but it has to be in Dayton, Ohio, which, no disrespect to Ohio, maybe a little bit. It's not my scene. I wasn't too thrilled about it. I did initially accept it, and about I did my GRE and everything. And about like 2 months into it, I spoke to my wife again. I was like, are you really okay with us going from Hawaii to Ohio? And she said, like, it's a sacrifice she was willing to make for me. And then that kind of clicked in my head, where I said, sacrifice for me? I don't want to go to Ohio. Why am I doing this? So then I told them, like, hey, thank you, but I think it was best for our family is I just get out instead. So my advice is, if you make a decision to get out, just go for it. Don't really let anyone talk you out of it, because you're just going to annoy people if you keep flip-flopping back and forth as you get out. Another fun fact, the day after I officially transferred into the IRR, I popped up on the major list. No, that wouldn't have kept me in if I knew that was going to happen. I kind of knew it was going to happen anyway, but nice little fun fact. And I had a baby about 2 months ago, and I say that because if there is any sort of jank in the slides, please forgive me. it is, in my opinion, kind of a miracle I was actually able to do this still. Okay, so quick disclaimer. The first one's going to stop all threat actors. It's only for educational purposes only. So if you have a threat actor in your environment and they use any of these techniques, just make sure you let them know I said you're not allowed to, and also it is illegal. I have sourced all information from publicly available materials, so no confidential proprietary information from Broadcom, so to get their lawyers off me. And I have not used any confidential proprietary information as the basis of research for my presentation. And these are just my views as well. First, I'm going to talk about, just to give you a quick level set on like what VMware is, virtualization. I think everyone's fairly familiar with what virtualization is, but just to get everyone on the same page, especially about like how like VMware does it. And then I'll go into the actual like techniques about how to attack and then correspondingly how to defend VMware. Focus on like the main types of targets, pathways through the environment, then gaining access, expanding your access, and establishing persistence. All right, so starting with the VMware level set. So what is virtualization? You're essentially just taking a single physical machine and you're dividing up into multiple virtual machines. So you have the hypervisor, which is a piece of software that runs on the physical machine that virtualizes the hardware of machines in software and then runs an operating system on top of it. So you have two types. The type one is a bare metal hypervisor, which is essentially the hypervisor is the OS. So the type one hypervisor only does virtualization and that's it. So in a data center environment, pretty much everything's going to be type one hypervisor because the closer you get to the bare metal, the faster things run. And type two is hosted, which if you use in your home environment, that would be what you're more familiar with, where you have your OS and then you have the hypervisor running as a piece of software in your OS, and you can run more OSs on top of it, like a nesting egg of OSs going through your environment. So the benefits of doing this, one for business-wise, you can split up a single virtual machine or single physical machine into multiple virtual machines, so you don't have to have that single physical host doing only one thing. And also, more importantly, you might say to yourself, I could run DHCP and DNS and AD on the same physical device because you can all run them in Windows. Why not just do that? The bigger, probably more important benefit is that the VMs are isolated from each other, usually as long as there's no like CVEs or like 0 days attacking it. So like if you had everything running into like that single OS, if they compromise DHCP, if they compromise DNS, they compromise everything else in that OS. And number three, it increases the utilization of your resources because like idle compute is lost money. You paid for the whole CPU, you're going to use the whole CPU. Don't use the whole CPU unless you really like your VMs being in a co-stop status or CPU ready state. And then because everything's simulated, the hardware is simulated for these OSs, the configurations are independent from the physical hardware. So you can, if you have multiple hosts in the environment, you're much more easily able to just migrate a VM from one physical host to another for whatever reason you need, like load balancing across the hosts to make sure all the hosts are running with the same amount of compute power requirement on it, or just for like maintenance purposes. And finally, it's obviously significantly easier to create a new VM and deploy that versus having to go out and buy new hardware and install a new OS on top of that. So how does VMware by Broadcom do virtualization? So there's two core products right now, the VMware Cloud Foundation and VMware vSphere Foundation, each of which have a huge number of components with them. I'm going to focus on two of them because if I focus on every single component, that's basically going to be a 40-hour course. So just the hypervisor, which is ESX. Fun fact, no I as of version 9.0. So they added the I several years back and now they're taking it away. It's probably going to change again. These names always change. And then finally, you have the management plane portion of it, the vCenter server appliance, VCSA. When you have ESX plus vCenter together, that is what's called the vSphere. So the hypervisor, ESX, this is a product you're probably most familiar with, aside from maybe if you use VMware Workstation for your home. Pro is free now, by the way. if you can figure out how to make your way to the downloads webpage. And also, using VDIs, you might be familiar with VMware Horizon, which is actually has been sold to Omnissa, so it's Omnissa Horizon now. So it is a bare metal Type 1 hypervisor, and in the vSphere VMware environment, it's what actually runs all the workloads in the environment. Workloads in VMware parlance is a VM. So it's technically not running Linux. It's running a custom kernel called the VM kernel. It has a lot of Unix commands in there, but it's provided them through something called BusyBox. Maybe you could say it's Unix. Someone will probably get mad at me for saying that. But it's officially not Linux. I couldn't really say it's like Unix POSIX compliant or something like that. So that's the main thing. But the important thing here for security wise is if you take over an ESX host that's hosting all the VMs, it's significantly easier to attack the VMs that it is hosting. Now, the management side, the vCenter server appliance, that is just a Linux VM that can run on any one of these ESX hosts. It's RPM based. It's called Photon OS, which is developed and managed by VMware. You have this so you can manage multiple hosts at the same time, and also you can group them into clusters. So this logically treat it as like a single compute resource, being that you assign VMs to a cluster, then vCenter kind of figures out which host it goes best on. And then for both load balancing purposes and if you have to put a host into maintenance, VMs are frequently live migrated. Live migration meaning while it's still powered on among the hosts. So the security wise, you want to consider it as all the VMs in a cluster might interact with each other. And this is on the right there. There's a really cropped out view. The single pane of glass management is the vSphere Web UI. And so the security implication is that vCenter has full control over all of the connected ESX hosts in the environment. So if an attacker takes over vCenter, they essentially take over the entire virtual environment. So now let's go into the actual attacks. So you have the three main targets here. You have the management, which is the vCenter and the vSphere UI. You have the hypervisor itself that's running the VMs, ESX. And then you have the workloads, the actual VMs. Attacks on the VMs is basically just like an attack on Linux, an attack on Windows. So we're just going to focus on what makes this unique, which is the attacks on vCenter and ESX. And occasionally throughout the talk, you're going to see these defense pro tips pop up, which are just going to pop up when I'm done discussing a certain type of attack. And I'll give you some quick advice on how to both monitor and hopefully prevent that type of attack from succeeding. So from easiest to hardest, the type of attack pathways, if an attacker gains access to vCenter, they are very easily able to gain full control over all the ESX hosts. Then slightly harder, ESX to the VMs, it's not impossible, but it's not, you don't have full root access by default. But because the ESX hosts, they control the virtual disks and they control the configuration of the VMs, it's fairly much easier to attack from the ESX host to the VMs. Then finally, when you get to the VMs to other VMs or VMs to ESX, it becomes much more theoretical. That's either called like a side channel attack where the VM can read the memory of another VM, or a VM escape where the VM can run privileged commands on the ESX host. But as a bonus, if you remember I said vCenter is running as a VM, if that ESX host has vCenter running on it, you could do the same attacks on it that you would as if it was any other VM. So you have this nice full circle going around with a bunch of different like detours throughout. So as far as gaining access to the environment, all of this, the usual security risks that you have in a normal environment would still apply to VMware environment. So there's nothing particularly unique about how to gain that initial access to VMware. You have the same risks of like unpatched vulnerabilities, 0 days that give you like a critical RCE on it. You have those two there, one in OpenSLP, RCE in ESX, one in the DC RCP protocol, which lead to RCE in vCenter. Both of them have been used in the wild before. But a very common point of attack, entry point for attackers is either a compromised admin account or compromising identity provider, such as like Active Directory. UNC3944. I'm just kidding. UNC3944. I'm probably going to accidentally call it UNC again because I've been jokingly calling it that during my practice for a while. So if I say it like that again, cut me some slack. But that ATP leveraged compromised admin credentials for vCenter to compromise. That was their initial foothold that allowed them to compromise the rest of the environment. And finally, if there's unencrypted traffic going around, it is possible to sniff it out, packet sniff it, and then if a vMotion is happening and it's unencrypted, it's usually supposed to be encrypted by default. So if it is unencrypted, then your memory for that VM is being transmitted in the open air. So the pro tip here is just all of your normal security techniques still apply to VMware. Make sure you have your patching programs in place, your privileged account management, least privilege. MFA is really important in case like compromising a password versus compromising a password and a security token is much harder. And make sure you have all your network segmentation and encrypting your data in transit and at rest. So the more interesting stuff, let's consider if an attacker gained access to vCenter in the vSphere UI correspondingly by obtaining vCenter admin credentials. So to compromise the VMs themselves, they probably have everything they need to do from the vSphere UI because you have you can access the VM web consoles, you can change the VM disk and everything like that. But for educational purpose, we're going to say the attacker wants to gain local root access to the ESX host. First way, ESX CLI is kind of like a remote management and local management interface for the ESX hosts. Using Power CLI, which is run in PowerShell, you have the ability to remotely run these ESX CLI commands, and then using that, even without like an ESX root account. So using that, you can either create a new admin account. In this instance, I use ESX CLI to create an account attacker, or you can change the password for an account that already exists. So to track this, you want to monitor the ESX, the host D logs, like the host daemon, and you want to look for invocations of ESX CLI. The examples here are the ESX CLI-system.add.set. And if you don't like the terminal, another possibility is you could use host profiles in vSphere UI to create an account. Then you would apply it to a host, then remediate the host, and then that would create the corresponding account on the host as well. So in this instance, you want to monitor the host profile logs on ESX, especially for like things like adding user or modifying user. There's something called lockdown mode, which prevents people from logging into an ESX host directly as anything except like a service account, which this could help, but if an attacker has the ability to like change user passwords on ESX using like ESX CLI or something like that, they probably also have the ability to change. I'll explain what this is in a bit via VPX user, or they could just disable lockdown mode entirely. So it's not, it doesn't hurt, but it's not like the panacea you want. So let's consider if they only have root access to vCenter. So if an attacker only has root access to vCenter, they can gain access to the vSphere UI just by resetting the local admin password using that tool right there. So if you want to monitor for that, monitor the VM directory, vmdir logs on vCenter for that specific command right there, vmdir server force reset password. And then I also recommend just in general, just monitoring the web SSO logs for vCenter and alerting if anyone logs in with administrator at vSphere.local. So if you wanted to like not change passwords, which is a good idea, if you change passwords or add users, that's just more stuff that you know a SIEM could or a security team could detect. So what you can do is focus on the VPX user, which is whenever vCenter connects an ESX hosting environment, it creates this local service account on it called VPX user, and it generates a long randomly generated password to do the management of that. VPX user has full admin privileges on that host, and it's stored in vCenter with reversible encryption. So if an attacker has shell access to vCenter with the right privileges, they have the ability to decrypt these passwords and gain full control over all the ESX hosts. So the encrypted passwords are stored in the vCenter database VCDB. The encryption is just AES cipher blockchain, and the initialization vector IV is stored in the first 16 bytes of that password. The symmetric key, the AES key, is stored in that directory right there under the symkey.dat file. So what an attacker might do is they would use that command to connect to the vCenter database, get the encrypted password payload for VPX users in the environment, and then also extract the symkey.dat file. The smart thing to do if in the environment would have like a Python script that does this automatically, especially if there's a ton of hosts in the environment. But for our purposes, I'm just going to show it through using CypherChef recipes. So we convert it to hex to grab the first 16 bytes, the initialization vector, and the remaining bytes just make up the password. Then we put the initialization vector in there, and also the key we received from the symkey.dat file, and then the rest of the encrypted password, and then you have the VPX user and password in plain text down there. And so now we can use this to just log in as VPX user with interactive console access. And the same password also works on the ESX web UI as well. So the key defense here is you should be disabling SSH to vCenter and ESX as much as you can. It's not designed for routine daily operations. It's only just for very occasional sparse troubleshooting. And lockdown mode could stop an attacker. It would block them from the ESX web UI, but it would not stop them from SSHing in as a VPX user unless SSH was originally disabled. So now considering going from vSphere to the VM. So what can we, how do we do that? The simple method is what I call like a virtually physical attack. If you imagine if you had access to a computer or server of some kind and you were physically there, how would you attack it? The easiest thing, you have like a live CD, like high-res boot CD, and you gain access like that to all the data, or you can like reset the root password using grub, which is pretty commonly documented. So make sure you have non-admin access to vCenter server. Should just be either taken away entirely or tightly controlled, because it's very hard to like limit these sensitive permissions into like a safe manner, and make sure you're monitoring the VPXD logs for these events on pretty important VMs. So another slightly more complicated way is to kind of exploit the files that make up a VM. You got the key files here. The configuration is the VMX file, and then the disk data are in VMDKs, in flat VMDKs, and then you have the memory data right there, which doesn't always exist, mainly just during certain situations. So let's say we have victim VM, and then we have the secret data text file there. Password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, same as my luggage. So one thing you can do, and has been done by APTs in the past, is attach the victim's virtual disk to an attacker VM in the same environment. You can't do it while it's powered on, so you have to power off the VM there. And you can do it through the CLI with that vim cmd command. If you first get the VM ID with the get all VMs command, power it off, and then you add it to your attacker VM. And then just internally, you just mount the disk and you enjoy full access to the environment. So UNC 3944 did this on Active Directory, and they were able to compromise by obtaining a copy of the database file. And another option is you can probably just download the disk data and just read it locally. You can use 7-zip, but this is likely just unfeasible for like very large VMs. And now considering the memory side, let's say there is a secret password stored in memory and into an environment variable. One option is to take a snapshot of VM with the memory included in the snapshot. So that'll create that VMSN file. And then you would just download it locally. Probably not also feasible if it has like a very large amount of VMs or a very large amount of memory. So the project, again, disable SSH. Please disable SSH on everything. But I recommend just monitoring all shell commands that have been done in the environment through ESX. It's shell.log. And same way, just keep monitoring VPXD logs for vCenter, and be very wary about this permission called low-level file operations, because it gives a user person to download or copy or do anything with all files in a given data store, including like the virtual disk and the memory data. And you can't lock that down to like, things specifically within the data store. It has to be to the whole data store. So be very wary of that permission. Disk encryption can help, like at the OS level, it would stop the attack unless there's like some other misconfiguration in there. Encryption at the storage provider doesn't stop the attack because it's designed to be transparent to vSphere. So as far as vSphere is concerned, the disk isn't encrypted. vSphere encryption the VM encryption sort of stops the attack. So if you do attach an encrypted disk to an unencrypted disk, it fails. But if the VM is encrypted, then you can attach other encrypted disks willy-nilly as much as you want. So it kind of sort of stops the attack, but it's not a foolproof method like other stuff. Okay. So now considering VMs to VMs, and this is where things get a little bit more theoretical. So ESX ideally puts everything in their own isolated VMX sandbox. So that should ensure like the VM resources are isolated from each other. Emphasis on should, but vulnerabilities have existed, which allows a VM to infer contents of neighboring VM's memories. In similar way, VM to ESX, this is when a VM can run commands on the hypervisor itself. This is known as a VM escape vulnerability. I searched as much as I could through all legal methods, and I couldn't find a POC for anything aside from like Workstation from like 2017. So thankfully, I guess that you guys are going to be safe with script kiddies, but they have been exploited in the wild before, and not frequently, but pretty often, often enough for it to be concerned. So if you have valuable data, you're safe from skiddies, but a sophisticated attacker might be 100% willing to burn a 0 day on you. So just be prepared for that. My recommendation is make sure you have all your sensitive and like critical VMs in their own cluster. So like if you have like a whole bunch of sandbox VM, a whole bunch of like sandbox VMs that might be more easily exploitable, you want to have them physically separated from like all your very important VMs. And VCF, VMware Cloud Foundation, does this out of the box with like the dedicated management domain, which is what that's designed for. So as far as like establishing persistence, for the vCenter, it's very easy. It's just a normal Linux VM, so all the normal persistence methods still apply that would apply to Linux. There's like a teleport backdoor that was installed with vCenter by UNC 3944. I'm quoting them a lot because it was a very interesting attack. But it's also, I guess, slightly uniquely, because vCenter is using Tomcat, JSP web shells are also susceptible to that as well. So it's usually, keep locking down SSH and keep monitoring audit logs for vCenter. ESX has two pretty unique ones. So one is just installing the backdoor in the ESX itself, and one is like running a rogue VM. And the defense of these is UEF security boot. If you enable them, they're either impossible or much less effective. So the local sh is just a file in rc.local.d that when you have any commands that are in that file will be run when the ESX host boots up. They only run when UEFI secure boot is disabled. So the defense against this is enable secure boot. Now malicious VIBs, they're called a vCenter installation bundle. They're packaged software that would be installed in ESX hosts, containing stuff like drivers, patches, and management agents. There are 4 types of acceptance levels. They're divided up into signed and unsigned, unsigned being community supported. ESX defaults to partner supported, basically the lowest level of signed. And they can be installed using ESX CLI. And if you try to install something below the minimum accepted level, you have to use the --s force flag. They have been used in the past to install backdoors on ESX hosts, but they did require the force flag because these malicious VIBs were unsigned. When you do secure boot, again, this attack is nearly impossible. And I say nearly only because I can't rule out supply chain attacks that might that could have a malicious VIB be signed. So yeah, enable secure boot. That's the defense. That's it. If you really can't, just monitor for ECX CLI install commands with the force flag or any changes to local.sh. And then finally, for rogue VMs, This is when you directly execute bim.vmx from a shell, and this runs a VM on the ESX host in a way that's invisible from vCenter. So it doesn't appear in the vCenter inventory. And so they would leverage local SH to run these VMs upon the ESX boot. So defense pro tip, same way, shell logs, security boot would defend against a persistent part of this attack, because then they couldn't use the local SH to ensure the rogue VM is started with the host. And if you really need to, you can just compare the consistency of the two commands at the top, which is what's in vCenter inventory, and then the process list, which shows like what's actually running on the ESXi host. So in summary, disable SSH, guys. Just please disable SSH, and also enable secure boot. But in addition to that, monitor, audit, and shell logs to ensure no one's trying to use the shell when they're not supposed to, and just follow your normal security best practices. All right. But that's all I got. Thank you, John. And thanks, Google Mandiant, for being a very frequent reference in my presentation.
Thanks, Bernard. That was awesome. That was an amazing amount of information. Thank you so much for taking the time to put this together and to be here today with us. Yes, security is frightening everywhere, whether it's in VM or whether it's with AI. Thank you so much, Bernard. We're going to get the next presenter up here. All right. I'm going to get Glenn up here. Glenn, you're about to be live. Hello, Glenn.
Hey, everyone. How's it going?
Good. You're on the internet. We can see your slides. It looks like you might need to...
Yeah, let me exit and do that again. Okay, it's not showing. Cool. It's not showing the presentation mode on through the other side. They're not really that important. Let's see. I don't know why it's doing it. Let's try something else. Well, I don't want to spend too much time on it. There's only one slide. Basically, I just didn't want everybody to have to look at my face the entire time, so I'll just leave that up. But
I'll let you go, Glenn.
Cool.
Thank you.
So just to start out, my name is Glenn Stevenson. I'm an Army veteran. I spent 6 years in the reserves, about 3 years of it activated, and then one year-long deployment to the Horn of Africa and Djibouti and Uganda. So kind of the thing I thought about was doing a transition story. I know everyone's transition stories are unique, but I think that we can learn from what others have experienced, how they've navigated their career, and kind of some takeaways from that. So basically, it all starts, I was a medic in the Horn of Africa, so nothing to do with computers at all. Didn't know that I was going to do anything with computers. And I decided that after that deployment that I was going to go to college. So I went to college, and this part's kind of short because it's not really related to doing anything in tech or security. But from being a medic, I thought I was going to be a doctor. So I went the pre-med route. Halfway through, switched to math, even though I was never a very good math student. So tried that. And then after that, I went to grad school for math for a little bit. And then there came a point when I was in grad school where I was feeling super burned out. I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do next. I kind of had no idea where I was going. So I dropped out and I was like, well, that one computer science class I took wasn't too bad. Maybe I'll go back and do that. So then I went back for a computer science degree, and I didn't even know at the time that you could get degrees that were more focused in security. So I did CS, which mostly consisted of me writing a lot of C++ for a few years. And so as I was doing that, I was really fortunate to get involved in some veterans organizations on campus. And what that helped me understand is that there's a lot of power in community. Those organizations, I ended up going to work for one of them for a while, really helped me kind of navigate the next steps in my life, and also talk to people who are going through a similar journey. which is why I think things like VetSec are incredible, because having that sense of community is really a powerful tool in navigating what you're going to do next. So I started getting involved more with veterans organizations. I finished college, and then I started as a developer. So I kind of had this idea that I wanted to do security, but my main problem was I had no idea how to get there. And so as I was trying to get there, I was basically looking for any tech job that I could get my foot in the door with. I was actually couldn't get a job for the first 6 months. I think that's probably a similar situation that people are experiencing now with the challenges in the market and trying to get their first job in tech. But started as a .NET developer. I was probably not the best developer in the world. I didn't really enjoy it, which made it even harder. But I was still looking for opportunities on like, where do I go next? And like, how do I make my way into a more security oriented role? So after that, I ended up doing more automation. I got on a DevOps team. And then from that DevOps team, I was able to do, it was a real buzzword in the government at the time. It maybe still is, but DevSecOps. So I was able to start getting involved in some security oriented tasks. And I spent a lot of time doing that and focusing on that before eventually upskilling and then getting my first entirely security role, which was an application security engineer at Amazon. And one of the things I think that's important about that journey is like I've had a lot of people come to me and ask about career advice, like how to get started in security. And I feel like there's a lot of myth out there on the internet about how it can be this quick thing. You go to a boot camp and then you have a job and everything's great and wonderful. It was 9 years from the time I stepped foot on a college campus to the time I had my first job where I was only doing security. So I think something that's really important is like, how do you buckle in for the long haul and like keep that focus when it's not necessarily easy, right? Like this journey is not one that'll be quick for everyone. It's one that can take quite a bit of time. Mine took almost a decade. But I think that you learn a lot on the way. So something I've thought a lot about is even though it took me a really long time to get here, there are a lot of skills I use in my day-to-day job that I acquired on the way while I was not doing security and while I was not doing even a tech job. So one of the things that I lean on a lot is when I was overseas, I was working in civil affairs. So a lot of it's like, everybody jokes, shaking hands and kissing babies, but really it's like influencing people. So one of the biggest things I've seen as a predictor of success for the people, myself and the people around me in security, is their ability to communicate effectively with various stakeholders. I think one of the challenges is you can have a significant amount of technical knowledge, but if you can't give that to varying types of audiences in a way that they can digest that, then it's not particularly helpful. So that's something that I pulled from my military experience. And then I think another really important lesson, and this is something that I come across a lot, is you don't have to be a tech person from the time you're young. Like I think that a lot of people feel like maybe it's not approachable if they haven't had significant experience with computers or a significant interest from when they were young. But I can tell you, like I had, until I started my classes in computer science, I didn't know anything about computers. I basically used computers as like photo editing software and to like browse the internet. So I really had no clue. And so I think that that's something that people can take away. Like it's a learned skill. Like while there are a lot of people that enjoy it from a young age and it's really a major focus of theirs, like it's definitely a learned skill that you can pick up as you go. I think, like I said, one of the other really important pieces is community. So organizations like this, conferences like this, talking to people, like networking. I think the veteran community has a lot of strong support for various people. And if you get involved, it really helps you find your next role. I think that if you're just applying in the blind, it can be really challenging, but having a network of people around you that want to support you will definitely help. And then, so from being an engineer, I moved into a managerial role, which is where I really felt like the skills that I had learned in the military helped me succeed. So going to be a security engineering manager, the tech skills I had were still somewhat important, but they weren't as important as they had been previously. So what I really relied on significantly after that was like my ability to communicate with people, to lead people, and to like bring a team together. And that's one of the things I think that's really important for people to focus on, is that like, how do you utilize your soft skills that you've learned throughout time in security? Like we focus on hard skills, on tech skills, and it's really important to get in the door. But I really believe in order to succeed, those soft skills become increasingly important as time goes on. Sorry, I lost my place a little bit. Yeah, and then one of the other things I wanted to talk about is that while I know that there are a lot of options out there for what to do, I found personally going to school really benefited me. It was something that was really helpful. So I know that there are a lot of people that may not be the right choice for them and how they want to proceed in their career. But what I found it did is that, while it, first of all, was like an HR checkbox. So it allowed me to get through that part of the screening process easier. It made it easier to kind of get in the door. And then the other thing it did was give me some like foundational skills that I found really useful when interviewing. So like having a CS background and being a dev, for example, doing coding interviews was something that I found a lot easier than a lot of other people that I've encountered. I do a lot of interviews at Amazon, and for application security engineers, like one of the interviews that gets people the most is typically the coding interview. So just having that background, and I know that that's all stuff that can be learned, but I just found that it really helped me having a like guided education journey. And since like I would have been a person that with no tech background, I would have felt like I had no idea what to do. If I were just trying to go at it myself, I wouldn't have known where to start. And then I don't think I would have built foundational skills very effectively. So I'm a really big proponent of using school as an entry point. That being said, it doesn't really guarantee, especially in this market, it doesn't really guarantee that you will have success coming right out of school. It's a challenging market, but I do think that it's worthwhile in the long run, and that it can be really beneficial. And then, sorry, I keep losing that place. I've been a little under the weather. I'm recovering from bronchitis, so I'm a little out of it. I've been all over the place, but yeah, getting back to it. Yeah, I agree. I see in the chat too that there are gaps in some of the school's programs. That's absolutely true. The school I was at, like everything I wrote was in C++, and I did that for like 3 years. And then, so I totally expected that I was going to get out of school, and then I was just going to be writing C++ for the rest of my career. And then I found that there were no jobs for that. And then all of the skills that I needed doing, like particularly like object-oriented programming, when I got a real job, were things that I didn't have and had to learn. But I do think that the foundation I learned there was beneficial. I think that like when I had started as a dev, it may have been more useful if I had done a software engineering program than maybe a CS program. But I think that just having that guided education was still beneficial to me. And I do think that there's some difference in like public and private. I went to a public institution. Public institutions are usually slower to update their curriculum than private institutions because they have less flexibility. So sometimes you'll see that private institutions update it more quickly. can you tell us about how? Yeah, so I did. I was part of several organizations when I was in school, and then did. I didn't do any hackathons, but I did some competitive programming. It didn't really help me that much, to be honest, because I found that it made me better at remembering things that I could easily look up, but it didn't necessarily improve my programming ability. Like, at least the contest I did, the challenges weren't significant enough that it's not something that I could have done, or it's something that doing the programming contest helped me learn. Hackathons, I didn't do any when I was in school, but I do think that they are really beneficial. Like, we just offered one at work for people around the world in India, the UK, and then in the US. And it was an opportunity for like folks that were doing well in the CTF to come and network and to like meet myself and other Amazon managers that were hiring, and to give them an opportunity to talk to potential hiring managers, which is especially valuable in a tough market. I got an oh no, did something happen? Okay. But yeah, so that's a little bit about my journey. I wanted to leave time to talk about questions people might have, anything that you might want to know about how I navigated like moving laterally into security, or like questions about what my experience has been hiring security professionals as a hiring manager. Anything that y'all might want to find out. While I'm waiting for questions also, if you have any other questions, I threw my LinkedIn up here. I'm happy to chat with anybody through that, and we can talk more about any questions you might have, or just anything you want to know, whether it's about my career transition or about like hiring at Amazon, for example.
Hey Glenn, I don't see any questions in chat, but maybe I could ask you a couple questions. So you're a hiring manager there at Amazon?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I mean, similar to maybe what Kevin was talking about, I'd love to maybe hear what's one thing that makes candidates stand out a little bit in the interview that might be helpful to pass along. That's always a good one.
Yeah, for sure. There's never one specific thing, but like from our interviewing process, there are a few things that are really important. The first one is because I'm an application security, I'll kind of focus it around that. But like focusing on understanding how to threat model, and like having a framework and an approach to that. Because what we do find is we have candidates that come in, and you don't necessarily have to have a ton of experience. And we have candidates that come in and they kind of understand what the threats are, but they don't have a clear framework for how they're approaching it. Like say Stride, for example. And so when they're not doing that, it's a little bit hard to understand how they've organized their thoughts. So like approaching it with a framework helps me understand like that you have an organized way through which you're approaching it, and that you like understand what outcome you're trying to achieve. That's one. The other thing is just like security foundational knowledge, like understanding threats and mitigations. And really like we don't look for things to be like, you don't have to be an absolute expert that's doing like world-class stuff to make it through the door. We just want to know that like at the end of the day, you understand like how things break and how you can fix them.
You've like heard of an injection attack as a developer. You at least know what an injection attack is.
Yeah, exactly. And so we want to make sure that you can like go tell a developer like, hey, this is how you fix the thing. Because I think a lot of people assume that they're going to be able to tell them what it is and then they know how to go fix it. But often that's not the case. So that's the other thing. And then being able to read and write code. So we don't look for people to be able to write like entire applications, but what we look for is like, can you basically write a script? Can you optimize it to some degree? And then when you look at code, can you understand like what is potentially going wrong in the code? So like basically anything that's going on, whether it's like, and we typically structure it to like one language. So you only need to really you pick a language, Java, Python. There are dozens of languages at Amazon, but like as someone coming through the door, and to tie all of that together, it's really like how you communicate that back to the interviewer, because so much of our job is interacting with stakeholders. So like interacting with developers and helping them understand what they need to fix and why they should prioritize it. Because at the end of the day, even though we can tell you what to fix, we're also trying to convince you that like, yes, this is more important than the feature you want to ship next week.
You're saying AppSec engineers need people and soft skills and communication skills, Glenn?
Right. No, you just look at code all day and wear a hoodie. That's it.
Well, I think that's a lot of misconception. I mean, when we get people, especially really new people come into VetSec, right, and they're transitioning out and they watch Mr. Robot or they watch the hacker movies, they think it's just technical. And you see this a lot. Well, I want a real technical job. And it was like, every job I'm aware of in cybersecurity, you're going to have to deal with people. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, maybe some people have a job where they have very little interaction, but I think that would be very unusual. Let me see. You do have a question from Vincent. What IT skills maybe helped you the most in security?
Yeah. What IT skill helped me the most?
It's a tough question.
Yeah, it's a tough question. For my career in particular, like being able to script has been the most valuable. So that's like, there's a ton of, even when I first came to Amazon, there was a ton of the job that I was doing that I could automate. And so being able to script really has just saved me like mountains of time and reduced the amount of like rote work that I've had to do.
Gotcha. And then you do have another question here from Tolis. When you began, what skill did you wish you had? Maybe it's still scripting. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I fortunately like learned that pretty quick.
Well, when you were starting out though?
It still is the one that's been the most beneficial to me. I think I wish I had more threat modeling experience before I had like transitioned into an application security role. I think it would have made things easier. I had some amount of it, but it was pretty limited.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm not seeing other questions. Do you want to take some more time for any final thoughts, or I know you said you're kind of under the weather a little bit too.
Yeah, just like a quick closing, but here we go. Here's another one. What was one of your biggest challenges? Biggest challenges as a manager, I would say typically is coaching high performers. So you have people that have exceptional technical skills. They're doing a good job, but like continuing to push those people to the next level. I think that's one of the most challenging things because they're already intrinsically motivated or they wouldn't be doing well in the first place. So how do you get them to continually take the next step? And that's something that's really individualized to the person. Sometimes it's recognition, sometimes it's more challenging projects, but like that's been one of the biggest challenges as a manager is like performance managing like people that are already high performers. And then quotes. So I think actually you can't see it on this camera, it's too narrow, but I have Colin Powell's 13 Rules of Leadership on my wall, and perpetual optimism is a force multiplier is the quote that I stand by. I think that like, you know, in any tech job and in particular in security jobs, I feel like they can be really high stress and they can be challenging environments. But if you have the ability to stay optimistic, like, yeah, you might have a bad day, but over time things will be fine. And you know that they're going to work out.
I'm trying to parse this other really long question from Esther. What was your first tech job? I guess sort of like related to the long transition journey.